Hey everyone, this is Deeg. I'm here today chatting with Sam Ajesté about Guild Wars, the economy, raids, all the good stuff. What's up, Sam?
Well, I'm doing quite good. How about you, Dig?
I'm doing great, especially now that we got our audio issues fixed. Praise be.
Praise be, indeed.
And
Okay, and praise be to you as well for pronouncing my name right. You got
well,
that perfect.
the benefit of having audio issues is I get to hear you pronounce it back to me once, and I got it right the second time. So everyone gets to benefit. So,
Definitely.
Sam, I've been a big fan of yours for a long time. Watching your content about the Guild Wars economy, seeing your coverage of the Guild Wars raiding scene. Bring it back for us. Give us your introduction to you.
All right. Well, I guess we will have time to go on lengthily about how I got to the point where I am right now. So I'm just going
Uh-huh.
to quickly explain what I do now, and then we'll get to dig all the way back, right? So what I'm doing right now is that as an ArenaNet partner, I am, acting as a content creator for the game, both following what I want to do for myself and also following a general guideline that I fixed myself for content in terms of what I want to show for Guild Wars 2.
Okay.
The main idea is that as a content creator, I get a few extra perks that allow me to, let's say, give a little bit of power to one area of the game or one side of the game. That
Okay.
is what I've been doing with the Raid League, for instance. So really what I'm doing is that on my free time, I do a few streams of the areas of the games that I like, which is mostly raids, dungeons, strike missions. And what I'm doing over on YouTube is quite focused on the economy side of Guild Wars 2, which is something I've been taking part of for nearly 7 years now. So it's been a fair amount of time. And I guess I could also add that I co-host / handle part of the organization of the Raid League, which is one of the community events that are being organized on a monthly schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that would be a pretty all-encompassing description of what I do right now.
Sam in a nutshell. I love it. Okay. You mentioned something about having some personal guidelines for what you do. I wonder if you could elaborate on that a little.
Yeah. So, as you know, Guild Wars 2 is a game that has been out for over 8 years now. And it is a game that has endured quite a bit of issues. By issues, I mean stuff that you have already had the occasion to discuss at length with some other Guild Wars 2 streamers that have taken part in this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There have been some content drops that have led to quite a bit of the player base fleeing from this MMO to other MMOs. And also, another thing that can be pointed out is the fact that a lack of interest towards what the most veteran players would like to see done in the game has also created a little bit of discontent around these areas as well. Hence, the idea as a content creator of having a few guidelines. Guidelines being, I have the opportunity to push forward a part of the game, I have an opportunity to talk about it, to showcase it, also to organize some events around it and get those to be sponsored by ArenaNet. And as such, I want about half of my content to be not necessarily what I take the most pride in making or what I am most happy in making, but instead being something that I want to see happen in the game.
Mm.
For instance, the raiding scene has periclited for quite a while.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give a little bit of power to it, create opportunities. So when I got, scouted to work at the Raiding League, I was extremely happy to do so because I was like, okay, this is an opportunity to give a little bit of what I can bring to a project that deserves to be on the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean by the personal guidelines. It's not only about what I want to do for myself, to grow my channel, to make it a hustle, or to, make money from it, or whatever it can be.
Mm-hmm.
It's an opportunity to make a game that I love better.
Mm.
That's a guideline.
That's beautiful. That's a incredible ethic. One of the things that I'm always scanning for whenever I'm plugging into a game is to find the people who aren't just consuming the game and what the game can bring to them, but who are looking for ways to give back to the game and to the community. You spelled that out so deliberately, and I totally love that. And I see that in your work. I think
Well,
it's
thank
very, you're absolutely welcome and well deserved. I think it's probably very easy for people who, especially who are focused on covering a game, to cover essentially what they're comfortable with and to focus on to say, like, I could imagine a world where you could say, I'm just doing the economy content. That's what floats my boat. That's what makes me happy. That's easy enough. But take that extra step and say, I care about this community. I care about this game. And I care about it enough that I'm going to go a little bit out of my comfort zone or extend my comfort zone, maybe a better way of putting it, to do something that is really needed. It's just admirable, man. And I'm wanting to throw you some kudos. That's it.
Thank you once more.
Yeah.
Like you.
So I want to ask you about the Raid League, but before I do that, I know we need to back this up. So let's talk about chicken and the egg. What came first? Was it raiding and economy stuff, or was it Guild Wars? Tell me about how you got into all these interests.
All right. Well, as a matter of fact, Guild Wars came a little bit before the economy, and it's a story that I most enjoy telling when I'm doing my own streams, because I think that it's a way to show people that you aren't necessarily stuck in an initial choice you make, but instead you can find opportunities in whatever you're doing to like brighten your horizons. So the way it all happened is I have this very good friend of mine, whom we'll call Max because that's actually his name, whom I was playing a lot of MMORPGs with.
Mm-hmm.
So this Max person I met when I think I met him when I was like 16 or 17, yeah, probably 16. And him and I, we just played a lot of Korean grinders, so to speak, if you know what kind of MMORPG I hint at with this kind of expression. The ones that are always advertised on the side banners of manga reading websites and other such places. So we used to play a little bit of that, very, very like free-to-play MMORPGs. And at some point, he was like, I've heard of this game called Guild Wars 2 that is being covered by a few YouTubers, French YouTubers that I'm following. At this point, I was like, okay, just tell me more about it. I just told him I can't afford to pay a sub, which was the only reason why I never got into WoW, was that I really couldn't afford a sub as a teenager and then a student. So I was like, okay, if the game is like a buy to play, I'm in, or if it's free to play, I would be in anyways. And so we both bought Guild Wars 2, started playing together. Then I had to focus a bit on my studies. And after like spending a little bit more time in the game, I found that I really, really enjoyed it. And at the time, I was studying business. Business as a whole, like very generic, general classes. So I had a little bit of marketing, a little bit of law about contracts and companies. I had a little bit of like macroeconomy, microeconomy. And finally, I had a class which was Introduction to Finance. And that was back in 2014. It was exactly at that moment that I realized that I liked finance. I could also happen to do finance in Guild Wars 2 by learning about the trading post, the economy in general, and try and play my hand at it. And so I brought the two together and simply started spending more time trying out what we saw in classes inside of the game. Didn't quite work out at first because I was missing a little bit of background on how the Guild Wars 2 economy itself was working.
Okay.
But it did pick up, and after like a few months, I was already making sizable in-game income. And it kept going on, and that's how it took me to making some economy videos, because at some point I felt like, all right, I get the feeling that I know what I'm talking about. And it's gotten to the point where I feel confident trying to explain it to others.
Mm.
So it was really, a long time coming. All this economy thing, like it really took off after some years. For the first 2 years, I interacted with Guild Wars 2. I was mostly a casual, playing open world events, trying my hand at
Sure.
dungeons, and it just happened to be the economy thing that blossomed.
Okay. Okay, that's a really cool story. I I would love to hear if you have any funny anecdotes about uh, those initial baby steps into Guild Wars economy, applying your finance learnings. People love to hear, I think, the funny stories if you got one.
I mean, there were a few occasions where I felt like I was being what the more gaming oriented people would call a big brain.
Uh-huh.
And I attempted simply to do some of the stuff we saw in classes into the game. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick an item. I'm gonna study it a bit, look at how it went up and down, try and build a model around it, apply some of the finance formulas. And so I started doing that, and I felt like I had a good grasp on it. I was like, okay, solid chance it's gonna go up. I'm going all in. That was a failure because I had picked an item that wasn't available in the game anymore. So far it seemed good. And then ArenaNet simply re-released it like 2 weeks after, and that completely crushed my first attempt. And I was like, I had studied it. I had built the models. I was confident about this. I went all in. It was such a failure. That is how I realized that the game and the real worlds are quite separate in their inner workings. And I was like, okay, now I should probably disconnect from the real world a bit and actually try and focus on what's happening inside of the game if I want to properly manage what I'm doing from now onwards.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So an item that had a static volume, like a finite amount of total items in the whole economy, suddenly a whole bunch more availability a couple weeks later. Yeah, I mean, one of my only ways of engaging with the economy in general for Guild Wars is occasionally I'll see people posting on the Reddit about either past incidents of people guessing about things changing or moving, or a speculation about upcoming things. It seems like a real fascinating world, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Definitely.
Okay, so you made yourself some money in Guild Wars. Got your start in the world of finance in the real world, and then you made a choice to start making content. Tell me about that choice. What inspired you to start showing up on camera, showing up on videos, and doing that kind of stuff?
Actually, if I look back at the history of my YouTube channel, the very first video that I ever released, which has been since then put on private, I believe, was what we call an anime music video. If you're familiar with the genre, you basically pick an anime, like a Japanese anime of your choice, choose a tune that's a little bit catchy or a little bit, motivational. And then you try and match some scenes from the anime to that. So I made like 2 of these, posted them on YouTube. To my surprise, it actually got a few thousand views because AMVs were all the thing back then.
Yeah, there was a real meta for that at one point.
Yeah, it was. There was a meta for that, quite definitely. But I was like one of the scrub makers of that. I mean, I literally back in 2010 maybe I made that in Windows Movie Maker. Come on.
Nice.
I can't fathom doing that ever again. But yeah, so that was the origin story. And then the next video that came was when Guild Wars 2 released. I felt like I would attempt to make a Let's Play. So I made a fresh character. I wanted to cover its adventures. I made one video. And then classes got suddenly super hard because I was studying in quite the elitist branches of the French university system, or like, let's say, a superior education system. So I completely crashed from the game and I didn't play it at all for 11 months, I think. Like maybe a little bit less than that, maybe like 8-9 months. So I completely tossed the project aside and didn't make any content between 2012 and 2014.
Mm-hmm.
As we get into to 2014, I was already established within a PvE guild, Snow Crows, as a matter of fact, and we were just like playing together in the evenings, and like some dungeon tour streamers were all the rage. They were the ones garnering the most views on Twitch, alongside maybe the more seasoned PvP players. And like some of my guildmates were like, "You talk way too much. You'd make decent content, like a decent streamer, just because you can talk." And like I heard that coming from some of my mates. I completely dished the part about talking way too much, and was like, "Okay, I can talk. That's good. That's a feature. I got this."
Not a bug.
And and I just gave a hand at streaming. Like I made my very first stream on the 4th of July 2014.
What a memory.
I have a very good memory of dates, actually.
Okay.
Like so I just did that, and that was literally it. That's where it all started. I did that first stream. I was like, okay, I like this. And on the side from that, I was like, just the interaction with people. Like, I didn't even have my face. I was playing on a rather bad laptop back at the time, so I wasn't even in like high settings. The game didn't even look beautiful. There wasn't my face. There was literally just a chat cover, my voice, and the voice of my mates on TeamSpeak as we did dungeons. And that was it. That was the content. It's still, I got a few viewers, like more than 10, and I was like, wow, how is this even possible? I'm nobody. And yet I liked that. People chatted. I wrote back. I talked back. I liked it. After a little bit of time, I streamed other stuff than dungeons. I started streaming a little bit of open world farming. I figured out I'm doing stuff the right way. I'll just try and make one video about it. So I made a video about farming the Cursed Shore meta events. Like the map where there is the Ara dungeon. It used to be one of the best farms in the game pre-Heart of Thorns. Well, pre-Silver Wastes, actually, it was probably one of the best places to be. And so I made a video about that. It got 17 or 18,000 views. I was like, wow, okay. It didn't get all of them back then. It got maybe like a few thousand as it went up. That has been over the years that it got to 17.
Okay. And
I was like, wow, that's so much.
That's exciting.
This video. And I got really into it. I was like, okay, I'm just going to try making just a little bit of cuts here and there from the streaming content. Try and make a few more written videos about the economy and just toss all of that together. And that's literally what became my YouTube channel. Some goofy stream cuts and some more thought out economy content.
Gotcha. So you said, I'm trying to recall a memory that I have. I think I remember hearing you talk about the summer of 2014 being kind of like what you considered to be the prime of Guild Wars 2 streaming. Do I have that correctly remembered? Is this like something you would say? Okay.
That is correct. What I mean by the prime of Guild Wars 2 streaming for that period is that it was probably, and when I say the summer of 2014, you could extend it until like the end of 2014. It might also have been because that was when I was most active. I was streaming like 4 hours every day.
Okay.
I was really into this. What I call it the prime time is because there were people across the globe not even playing together, but deciding to push one side of the game forward together. So you would have streamers throughout the day hosting each other to keep always one dungeon tour stream at the top of Twitch, or the top of Guild Wars 2 Twitch. And that actually felt great, because these were people I didn't even play with. They were people I didn't interact with much, even though we were maybe on the same region. Like we're all on EU, and then hosting towards NA in the late evening for us. It was just genuine interaction where people were like, okay, I entertained the people doing my dungeon tour, doing a little bit of goofing around after that. I'm going to host the next person. Who's going to host the next person? Who's going to host the next person? And whenever
passing the torch.
Yeah, whenever you were turn up to Guild Wars 2's Twitch, you'd have a dungeon tour stream up with people, like it was always the same chatters being tossed around, chatting to new people. And since there was a lot of interest into doing dungeons efficiently, enjoying them, etc., it just kept growing and flourishing. And that's what I would call to be the prime of a game on Twitch. It's when the community isn't just following one person. It's when people genuinely enjoy the game and would hop on trying out anyone that some other person would recommend to just enjoy all the content.
More of a community of creators.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's why I would call it the prime time. Of course, right now, Guild Wars 2 has, I would say, about the same amount of viewers at any given time of the day. It's just that they're more centered around personalities instead of being, enjoying the game.
Right.
That's the only difference I would make. But that's a very personal take that I think can be challenged by a lot of people.
Okay, fair. I get that, though, that there's something very cool that happens when people who are all making the choice to do something extra for the community, all not just do their own thing, but then communicate with each other, work on each other's stuff. One of my favorite things about doing this podcast and talking to people has been seeing people who I've talked to do their own stuff and connecting later and being like, oh, hey, this person is streaming, I'm going to raid them. And the sense of the greater community that comes from that is so fun, even in the limited way that I get to do it. So I can totally resonate with what you're saying. And it is an interesting phenomenon to see the focus of, let's call it Guild Wars entertainment, or I'm not sure if it's a Guild Wars specific phenomenon or if it's that way for any game, but seeing the focus on streaming go from being focused on the content of a game to being focused on the content of the creators and the personality of those creators over time. That's a really interesting point you've made. And I'm asking myself, if that's a indicator about the game itself, or if that's just the way things go generally. Do you have a perspective on that?
I think in the case of Guild Wars 2, that matches what we were mentioning earlier. The content drought, the fact that some people, bled out to other games. It's at some point, if the game isn't what's bringing you the entertainment, like as in watching any streamer, as long as they play the game in an entertaining manner, then you start going around the personalities that make it entertaining or that are overall entertaining as personalities. It's a natural occurring thing as a game ages and becomes less, how do you say that? Less motivating in and of itself.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a naturally occurring thing around any game that doesn't put much content up.
Yeah, that doesn't reinvent itself constantly.
That's actually the best way to put it. Thanks, Deeg.
Yeah, and I think the moments where you get to see a game like Guild Wars do that is when we see those major expansion drops that are so exciting.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what should we talk about next? So much we could get into. You know what? How about a little more back to basics? Let's lay a little more foundation here. You said that when you started playing Guild Wars, you played as a casual player, and for you, a big part of being involved in it was actually the price, the fact that it was a buy to play, not a subscription model. I wonder if you could describe what else, as a new player, really jumped out at you about Guild Wars, and if those things have stuck with you over time.
Well, actually, one of the very first things that hit me when I started playing Guild Wars 2 was I think that was my first thought about it, is this is beautiful and the lore is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
These were the two original thoughts that I had. Since I never played the first Guild Wars game, most of my knowledge of the Guild Wars lore, like the Guild Wars franchise lore in general, came from two things. The first one was binging the entirety of Wooden Potatoes channel,
Oh God, yes.
which I did throughout the summer of 2012. Guild Wars 2
Uh-huh.
was releasing on August 25th, 2012, as the pre-release, and the official release being on the 28th. During the entirety of the month of July to August, I was binging Wooden Potatoes,
Okay.
100%.
In anticipation.
And for everything I didn't understand from his videos, I would read the Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 wikis. Anything I didn't get, I would actually read it. So I read countless pages of the wiki.
Okay.
And then the other thing that got me into the story was reading the Guild Wars 2 books, which I don't know if you've heard about.
Yeah.
There are 3. Okay, well then that's perfect. But, well, maybe for the people watching this,
Yeah,
there are
please.
3 books that cover the story leading from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 that are in no chronological order. Actually, they're in an inverted chronological order. The first book is called Ghosts of Ascalon and covers the story of the Searing and the Char and Human alliance from the perspective of a human and from a time point that's basically just a few years before the events of Guild Wars 2. Then the second book is Destiny's Edge, I believe, the name of it.
Yeah.
And the story is that, well, basically of the like Destiny's Edge company, like the backstory of Logan, Ritlock, Zoja, and the rest of the Merry Little Squad. And finally, the third book, I believe, is Sea of Sorrows, and that one covers the story of how Lion's Arch came to be. These books were wonderful to read. Like, I really got into them. I read them a few times. I actually have a hard copy of the first one, which is my favorite here at home with me. I moved it everywhere I went. Like, I kept that book around.
Okay.
I really vibe with it. That was one of the other things that got me into the game. So I really got into the game thinking this looks much more beautiful than the Korean/Japanese MMORPGs I've been playing.
Yeah.
And it has such a great story, such a great lore build-up. Like, wherever I went, I would interact with the objects, interact with the NPCs, read the chat lines. So I was, in all regards, a casual. I wasn't playing the game for the game. I was playing the game for the story. I was just out there reading everything, capturing every event, every moment. I would redo story instances to like read the dialogue a second time from the perspective of having finished the event. I was really into it.
If I might say, though, even though like the idea of enjoying a game for story is considered casual, it didn't sound like you consumed it in a casual way at all. It sounded like I mean, to be frank, you nerded out, man.
Yeah, I was 100% a nerd. Like, going like this is something that's going to resonate with the podcast you made with Roca.
Okay.
Growing up as a teenager, I was really, really into fantasy books. Like, I didn't have much money, so I would happen to reread the same books maybe dozens of times sometimes because I didn't have money to buy new ones. Like, one particular content drought for my reading experience was when I got into Harry Potter, and I was waiting for the 6th tome to come out. I had my money set aside for it, and I didn't have anything else to read, so I just read the 5th tome 50 times in a row.
What?
Until I knew the dialogues by heart, all of them. That's the kind of nerd I was. Like, I'm not ashamed of saying it.
That's really glorious.
Anytime I could get my hands on a little bit of cash from like mowing the lawn, babysitting, whatever thing I could do, like cleaning that car, I was like, there's a little bit of dust right there on the car. I could use a cleaning, I could use a few euros. So I was really doing that. Every time I got money, I would go to the bookstore, I would get books, and I would read them. So when I got into Guild Wars 2, I was like, I bought this game for like, I think it was 45 euros at the time, or maybe 50 euros. I was like, I'm going to read all of that. I'm not stopping right now. Literally, my student job funds from the summer went into buying a decent laptop and buying Guild Wars 2. That was the two things I bought. I bought Guild Wars 2 first. I didn't have the laptop, so I was like, okay, I got the boxed game. I got it. It's sitting there on the desk. Now I
Here's
need
your
it.
motivation. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm gonna get that computer and read it. So when I got into it, I was like, I'm now gonna get my money's worth of reading content. I'm gonna go through everything. So there was that, just me nerding out into the game.
That's a beautiful story, Sam.
Really enjoying books.
Yeah. Yeah, you said an interesting thing about getting your money's worth. That seems like an interesting kind of through line in both the interest in the finances and economics of the game. And I don't know, I think of someone being able to enjoy a book 50 times. There's a certain economy of attention that's kind of implied there. I don't know. I'm just drawing that connection for you. I'm wondering if that makes any sense. Does that bring any truth for you?
I'll give you the connection actually, because that's quite an easy one. Well, not that easy anymore because my thoughts are going to fail me for one thing.
Okay.
So since I was really into books, at some point I was like, all right, I'm done with my fantasy books. I need more content. Okay. I was reading a lot of mangas first on paper, then I got into reading them as online scans and everything. So I was also consuming a lot of that content, which is actually how I learned to read and speak English. Through playing video games in English and reading scanlated manga.
Nice.
No joke.
Okay.
And I still have to give praise to my best friend of the time, the Robert and Collins. Best dictionary ever. And so like putting that aside for a little bit, I naturally at some point I was like, okay, I'm done with my library. I'll just borrow mom and dad's. That's going to work out just fine. My mom was every bit of a scholar. She still is, actually. She's like a researcher into linguistics.
Okay. Oh.
And quite the hardcore field. And she had so many books that she had from her like studies, because she studied classical English literature and classical French literature. So that the kind of person. So I just started, drifting through her books, and on the side she enjoyed like thriller books, like some Agatha Christie's, June Nesbo, all of these authors that made these like stories about novels about the police, investigations, murder, crimes, whatever.
Crime thrillers.
That's really not my thing. So I tossed that aside, and what was left? Philosophy, like all the classical literature. So when I was in my last year of high school, this was like 16 at the time, I was really into the philosophy class back then. I actually had almost the best grades of my class in philosophy because I was really into it. And one of the books that my philosophy teacher had us read was about one type of philosophy. That is exactly where my memory is going to fail me. I believe it is called asceticism. That's like the word about it. And it's basically the art of contenting yourself of little, because you do not need more than that to achieve enlightenment / joy / happiness, depending on what you're pursuing as a person. So I went super deep into that. And that's when I was like, okay, I don't necessarily need a lot of fluff to be happy with what I'm doing. So like, if I'm going to read a book, I'm going to read it until I've got my feel, until I'm happy with it. Because the moment when I'm happy with it is the moment when I'm going to move on to another book. or another story or another universe. I treated every book slash saga series, whatever I would read, play, watch, whatever, as a universe. And I would go from one to the next, come back, visit another, just enjoy all the little universes. And that's what Guild Wars 2 was for me, like the whole Guild Wars world. That was a universe waiting to be explored.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly how I got so much into the lore, the story, and everything. I was like, I'm just going to read all of that. That's until I get happiness from it. As long as I feel happiness from it, I see no reason to distantiate myself from the source of it. Especially if I don't have to put anything in it to keep it alive. It keeps itself alive. It's great. So that was it. And actually, the account name that I got back then is the Greek word for the virtuous man, which was the way it was described in the philosophy books I was so fond of. So that's like the full cycle. There you go.
That is really interesting, Sam. I'm curious to ask you about some of your favorite fantasy worlds other than Tyria.
Sure. Well, quite obviously, I went deep into Harry Potter, so that's one of them. The whole world
for Harry Potter, is there anything? Is there any cross application of the Harry Potter fantasy world, or even Guild Wars fantasy world, and your interest in philosophy, or are these mainly like different things?
I actually kept them separate back then because I wasn't able to take a step back and consider all of that as a whole, which is something that I do nowadays. Whenever I read a book, I try, to put myself in the perspective of the one reading it, and also I try to distantiate myself from the person that I am, to try and read it as the person it was destined to. And that's the reason why I still manage to enjoy so much content nowadays. Like I actually read, absorb, go with a lot of content that's not necessarily gonna fit the person I might seem to be, simply because I'm gonna try and put myself in the shoes of the person it's made for. I'm gonna be like, okay, if I was the person this is made for, would I like it? I just get into it and I like it. So that's good. Other universes. Okay, sure.
No, I want to ask you about that because that's really interesting, if I may. So while you were talking about asceticism, I looked it up, and just for a pithy understanding of it, and it says that it's about distancing yourself from. Sorry, I lost the line. Characterized by the renunciation of material possessions and physical pleasures, and to spend time fasting while concentrating on the practice of, etc., etc. Okay, but it sounds like you almost, when you consume something for enjoyment, you don't just experience it as yourself, but you allow yourself to experience it in. Let me try to relate this to something that I'm passionate about, and tell me if you think that there's some shared language there. So I love the dialectical practice of conversation, and especially of talking to people who I disagree with, which is something I don't get to do a lot, because I like to hear, whenever I can, the most robust and the most robust version of a truth that I'm not familiar with or comfortable with. I like to test what I think and what I feel against, not because I think that there's a okay, this is anything being a little bigger on the inside than I intended it to be, but I'll go with it for 1 sec. I think that there is a tendency in global discourse to, of course, seek a tribe and to seek a common identity based on a tribe, and to diminish the point of view of a perceived enemy or perceived someone who's against, and to make a what you would call a straw man of a point of view that doesn't agree with your own. So rather than saying, okay, like let's say I'm for chocolate ice cream or I'm for vanilla ice cream, and you look at vanilla ice cream, and the argument you put up isn't like it's this amazing creamy vanilla combination with the milk. It feels natural, like it was supposed to go together. It was the original ice cream. No, you say it's boring. It's not chocolate. You put up a straw man, a weak version of the argument, and to go through your life looking at the weak version of the things you don't like or that don't agree with you as a way of feeling comfortable. And it sounds like, maybe if I'm hearing this right, and maybe I'm not, that you are comfortable with understanding a version of the things that you consume that is like the best version for its intended, as you say, its intended audience. Does that resonate with you at all?
It does actually resonate with me, and it's one of the reasons why I managed to this point to be rather defensive of ArenaNet in some of my content. If we bring this back to Wars 2,
Okay.
whenever there was a content drought or whenever there was something that people disagreed with or didn't understand, I always took the stance of like things from ArenaNet, but not even the designer side or the game lead side, but more like the investor side,
Mm-hmm.
the people who have stakes in the project. Which is like the way they do things is one that I fundamentally disagree with. However, I can see why it's happening. I can see the implications of it. I can see why it's actually working out for them better than following what I would like would work out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the way I try to approach life in general. It's there is something that I'm going to disagree with. There's something that I'm like not going to like, but I'm going to try to understand why it's happening. And if it's happening and it keeps happening, that means that it's somehow working. Because if something is failing, it fails maybe a few times, and then it like disappears because it like died in and of itself. But if something actually continues in time, that means that it's working for its intended purpose. And so I'll try to figure out what was the purpose, who was the target of that purpose, and why does it keep working. Because if I can't do that, then I'm just gonna cut myself out from what is happening, eventually become toxic, try and find an echo chamber to validate my own thinking, and at that point I will have lost. Because there will be no way of trying to expand on my thinking or trying to broaden my horizons anymore. If I'm stuck within one thought, that means I probably failed somewhere. That's the way I feel about it. And I got that indeed through like all of that philosophical teaching of distancing myself from materialistic things and trying to focus instead on just thinking about what I was doing or what I was consuming once, which is why I was able to consume the same content so many times in a row in a repeated way. I have a tendency, like every few years, to pick one thing that I enjoyed some years back, go through it again, figure out why I liked it by then. Do I still like it now? Did I like it more back then because I was the target audience? I was closer to it, etc. So I just try and figure out why it's good, why it's working, why it wasn't, maybe it's not working anymore. And that really made me into the content creator that I am today. And some of my videos have been rather controversial in some aspects. Like when I don't know if you were aware of that period, for instance, but when Path of Fire released, one of the cash grabs that ArenaNet made was the mount license that we called the mount gate. Back then, I took a stance where I defended ArenaNet, and I was like, I hope that you will realize that we buy a boxed game that is heavily discounted. We're paying 30 euros for Path of Fire if we wish to. I got the 100 euros pack because I was like, okay, I've played this game for so many thousands of hours.
Yeah.
If I don't put money into it at some point, I'm never going to do it. So I was like, I'm going with the 100 pack.
Okay.
And that's like the kind of thinking I was trying to convey to people. I was like, you guys need to realize that you paid 30 euros for one thing, and they're going to need to have people live off of that and the studio thrive off of that for the years to come until the next X pack, because you guys are not going to spend gem. So what they're doing is a very well-crafted manner of acquiring funds through the people that are actually going to spend money. of course they won't make something that you want because you won't buy it. Even if it's the one thing you won't buy it. And that by distanciating myself from what I wanted, which was to see more dungeons, raids, fractals, the content that I wanted to do, I was like, why are they just making the gemstore stuff instead of the stuff that's actually gonna make people play, gonna make me play harder, gonna take me from 4 hours a day to 6 hours a day? Why aren't they doing that? And I was like, yeah, let me just distantiate myself from my like instantaneous pleasure, which was playing the damn PvE content. And I was like, okay, ArenaNet needs money. They will make what is going to sell for people. Why are people going to buy that? Because they enjoy cosmetics. Why are cosmetics working in this game? Because this game is actually visually attractive. Like it's not like extremely like chibi art or squashed or
the art style like hangs together. It's one of the things that initially drew me to it too. It's a beautiful game.
So like I was like, they built something that's so easy to develop from an artistic perspective. They can add so much to it. And at that point I was like, okay, everything they were doing makes sense. So if I'm going to make a video on the topic, I'm not just going to bash them and say, oh my god, that's so terrible, how dare they make this kind of a cash grab when the content isn't even good. I was like, guys, you need to realize we're getting all of this for free. Or like you just pay 30 euros every 2 years, you get the rest of the game for free.
Yeah.
At some point, like that's going to be okay. Just let them do what they need for the studio to live. And if at the end of the day we see that the result, like the studio has awesome quarterly results, and that it beats other game of the structure, then maybe we can raise the pitchforks. Maybe then we can say, okay, guys, like we've like drawn you in the cash. Maybe now you can do something. But first, let it happen. Figure out why it's happening. And that's it.
I saw a talk at the GDC, Game Developers Conference, that was given by someone who produced AAA video games, then went into the mobile gaming space, then went back into doing AAA video games. And she was talking about her negative experience doing the mobile game stuff. One of the numbers that she shared that really fascinated me is that on the projects that she was working on, roughly 1% of the audience, the top 1% of the audience accounted for about 30% of the game's revenue. The whales.
You're hitting too close to home right there.
Yeah. I wondered if that might happen. I mean, to be fair, like, in terms of money spent on games, I'm technically a whale too. Like, I always invest in the games that I care about for the same reason you're talking about. I recognize the value. I'm in a position to give money back, so I want to do that.
That's something I can definitely agree with, and stance I'm taking. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm all about that.
For everyone else, yeah.
What's that?
I mean, I would say you're doing like everyone else's work, like right there by giving back to the people who are making the content. That is to say, the game you enjoy. You're doing great.
Yeah,
like you're pushing the game in the good direction.
Yeah, I feel proud to put in money to a game, even if I don't get like the best thing out of it sometimes. I'm doing the game I'm really nerding out on right now is a game called PlanetSide, and I do that too. It's a game that has an optional monthly subscription that you don't really need, but I get it because like I want to support these people. It's a free to play game like Guild Wars. Anyway, I won't get into that. But what I wanted to ask you about is my sense. First off, I hear your perspective about saying, look, let's not get too mad about a company making a free-to-play game, selling microtransactions. Let's not get too mad about this. This is like, it's part of the deal. But I think a large part of what people were upset about at that time wasn't the fact that they were selling them, but the fact that it was a gambling kind of mechanic. And I wondered if you could respond to that.
I mean, you need, like, and everyone needs to realize one thing is that, first of all, adding the gambling aspect means that like they will probably get more sales because you can't just get the one you want. So that's one part, like from from a like a financial manager point of view, that
Uh-huh.
is the most efficient. Like you're
I buy it.
creating a situation where you're going to get more revenue.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you need to realize is that I, as a spender, I'm rather close to my money, so I'm gonna be like, okay, element of gambling, that's not something I'll buy into because I know I'm gonna get sucked in it. And I'll have details about that. Really, like I was a
Okay.
compulsive gambler at some point, and that was kind of bad. But
Oh, okay. Okay.
it is
Past
like,
experience.
yeah, past experiences. Like, but there is also such a thrill added to it. So like, you can defend it on both ends. Like from the financial manager point of view, you're going to be like, okay, people will on average spend more because they won't get what they want on the first try,
Mm-hmm.
or they won't get what they want. Like if they want maybe 5 out of the 20 mounts, they won't get all 5 within the first 5 tries. They maybe need like 10 tries to get the 5 they want. And
Mm-hmm.
they'll be happy with the other stuff they got as well because it's unlock that goes towards progression, and progression feels good. It feels rewarding to people.
Mm-hmm.
When you see that your wardrobe is filling up, you feel rewarded. Like you feel accomplished. And that's one of the things to put aside. So that's
Mm-hmm.
like one thing that feels good to people. And the thrilling aspect of gambling is not to be underestimated. Whenever you gamble, you have a huge adrenaline shot because you're afraid it's going to fail. So
Mm-hmm.
your body is naturally going to put you into a heightened state of like sensing. You'll feel good from that. You'll
Mm-hmm.
feel the thrill. And then it's even better if you do get what you wanted because you're going to get that huge dopamine rush. You're going to be so happy you got what you wanted and so fast. It's going to feel so great.
Mm-hmm.
You might even scream of excitement. So if there was a board that decided to make it happen over at ArenaNet, which I don't think, I think it was more like pushed from like the investor side of things, like as in go make us some money and find the most efficient way to do so. But if at some point there was a decision taken at a board meeting or something, these were, I think, the arguments that were pushed forward.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to make us money. People will let it go towards account progression because at some point they will want all the mounts, so they will keep collecting them one way or another, and finally they'll get a thrill. They'll enjoy it. People, like, no matter how much we cry about loot boxes and elements of RNG, we enjoy them. It's exactly because we enjoy them and then feel like the crash from that adrenaline and dopamine that we start to hate them.
Hmm.
I don't know what you think about my explanation, but that's what I would go with.
This is no, I love this perspective because I think on the face of it, I disagree with it. And that makes it so valuable to me. So I will say for myself that I am not a gambler. I've never cared to gamble. It's never particularly been attractive to me. For some reason, I just don't have the kind of mind that really gets excited about gambling. So in some sense, I have a hard time relating to it. But I've given this topic a lot of thought. And one of the interesting, I think, kind of porous barriers, membranes in the system is between the acceptability of having a randomized outcome within the game world. Like if you're killing the chalk Jarrett and going for an egg sack, let's say, versus having a randomized outcome from a financial transaction in the gem store. And why there's this commonly accepted idea that it's okay for that to happen on the chalk Jarrett with the egg sack, but it's not okay for it to happen in the gem store. And this is, I think, and tell me what your perception is, but my perception is that it's the cultural majority of people who play games online see loot boxes for pay as a bad thing. And we saw when this controversy happened, we saw even like Jim Sterling covered it, which a guy like him will rarely cover a game like Guild Wars. So that was a real moment. And it, even though for me, I didn't particularly resonate with any side of the argument, because again, gambling not an attractor to me. I do see some differences between the in the game payoff versus the store payoff, which is of course all made much more gray by the fact that the economy has a two-way flow of resources between the gem store and the game world. I wonder if you could tell me your experience about, do you feel that there's a difference? It sounds like just generally you're okay with the idea of gambling at any level, whether it's a wallet in, wallet out, or whether it's killing a boss, and that you really like the random payoff and the feeling you get for you personally, and you think it's an okay thing to have in a game.
Actually, I've matured over the years around that topic, and one of my experiences that made me mature about that was actually one of these mobile games where the top 1% of the players make up 30% of the revenue. Like I played the highest grossing mobile game ever, so like I'll maybe tell you about that a little bit later on. But on the matter of financial microtransactions should give you a finite outcome, originally I was like not gonna care, because in the case of Guild Wars 2, it's indeed a two-way economy. I can get old amounts using gold to gems. So if someone else decides they are going to use money to gems, it's on them. And then there is an element of RNG. They are probably, and that's what I was thinking at the time, they're probably doing it for the thrill of gambling. Otherwise, they would just, farm gold, try their luck, and then worst case, they lost a little bit of gold, but they did get amounts. It's really just okay. And that was the way I felt about it. I was like, if you decide to put money on it and then you're unhappy, you shouldn't have put the money on it. However, as I got more and more like into like what we call gacha games, I figured out there is a major frustration in trying over and over for just one thing and not getting it. And that is where the frustration comes from. And I didn't feel the frustration before, because I was, a citizen, again, very detached from whatever I had in the game. I was like, I care about the account because that's what I put time into making in the way I like. Just like, for instance, I guess even an asset would like his house, right? He built it probably, okay, maybe not with his own hands, but he built it the way he liked. So he might not care about everything that's in the house, but he cares about the house. If you see what I mean. And that's the way I felt about my account. I was like, maybe, like, I was gambling a lot at the ectoplasm thing. I was like, lost 7,000 gold today? No problem. Gamble again tomorrow. What's going to happen, right? If I'm at 0 gold, I'll just make more. No problem. Just do it. And I was like, sure, it's just going to happen. So I took a very distanced stance from these people spending real money onto gambling and then complaining about it. I was like, if you didn't want to lose money, you didn't have to spend it in the first time. And then as I got more and more into the gacha games on mobile, like I guess the term gacha is widespread enough that I can use it with you in the podcast. So I played between 2017, I believe, 2017 until 2020. I played Fate Grand Order. I don't know if you know the name of that game.
Not familiar.
Okay, it's a you can Google it just to see the figures of revenue, and then you will probably connect dots. It's based on a Japanese franchise called the Nasu verse, which is like it looks like such a huge universe, but it was originally created by a dude and his friends in college, as they were just writing like in their free time. And now it's become such a huge franchise that it's like it makes extremely high grossing movies that even get screening outside of Japan. Anime movies. It's one
a real
of the
big IP.
Franchise.
Yeah,
it's huge. If you look at it and think that it was started by two dudes in college, living in a small dorm and just writing stuff, it becomes crazy to think about how big it is today.
Okay.
that game, if you look at the figures, it's racking in millions every year. It was the highest grossing gacha game multiple years in a row. And I would like put money every now and then into it. I was like, when it got to the end of the year, you had a guaranteed, what we call it, guaranteed 5 stars. You were guaranteed to get one of the best units.
Okay.
And you would like pay 40 euros because there was a difference between, let's say, gems you acquired by playing the game and gems you acquired by using money. They were like paid gems and unpaid gems, which is something I would like to see introduced in Guild Wars 2, and I made a video about that. Like I said, it was one of the ways to explore revenue for Guild Wars 2. And like I would just once a year spend the 40 euros and get the units. Maybe one of the units I wanted, there was still an element of RNG because it was one of the best units, just not the one I wanted. And then throughout the year, every now and then, I would put like 30, 20, 50, blah, blah, blah euros to try and get a unit I maybe wanted at some point when it was rate up, when it was featured. And donating the coffin that maybe changed the stance was in 2020, I had saved up for about a year on in-game currency. I didn't put any money into it. I was like, I'm just going to save the unpaid gems until happened the rate up of the one unit I wanted. It took me, I think, 720 gems to get it. I think something in that kind of magnitude.
Okay.
Which is, so like 30 gems is 10 tries at the randomizer.
Okay.
So if you do quick math, that's 30 times 12 is 360 is 360. So that's 240 tries at the randomizer.
Okay.
The unit was supposed to be on a 2% rate up. So like you had 2% chance to get it. It took me 240
so you were likely to get it. Yeah.
To get one. To get one of them. And I was like, if I had used paid gems for that instead of unpaid ones, that would have amounted to over $1,500 for one series of pixels in a mobile game. And that's when it hit me. That's when it hit me that what I got through effort and deemed to be no problem, I got them playing the game. I roll the gambling machine playing the game. It hit me that people actually spend that money to get to the same result. I was like, okay, that's when it's not okay. And that's when I started leaning towards what we call a pity system, which is something that I think there should be in many areas of Guild Wars 2. The concept of a pity system is, okay, you bash your head at the gambling a few times. And after enough times bashing your head at the gambling, you've accumulated pity. And then when the pity hits, you get the one thing you were looking for.
Yeah.
And that's I think the best way to approach gambling nowadays. And a lot of these mobile gacha games are leaning towards that model. The most successful one of last year and this early year, Genshin Impact, has such a system. That's why it's been making so much money. I think they've made $1 million in transaction revenue. So like they paid all the cost, everything. They made $1 million profit in less than 6 months purely from that, which is great for a small indie studio making mobile games. And that's exactly the way I see things now. So now, like in hindsight, I realized that what I said back then could have been misinterpreted. I was like, if you're not happy, just grind and get it. Like, if you don't want to put the money that your IRL time bought you at your job into the game, since you're playing the game anyways, just use the in-game time you're putting in the game towards your burial. And I was like, okay, some people are actually not going to do that. And these people are going to be so heavily frustrated. My stance on the subject is not correct.
Yeah. So it sounds like you think gambling is okay. It just needs to be regulated.
I think gambling is okay because it's actually a very good way of either generating revenue or also regulating, let's say, revenue in the game. Like what you can own like assets in a game. I think gambling actually weeds out a lot of stuff for that. And it's also like, once again, thrill, dopamine, enjoyment. A lot of people have that, so
Yeah.
it's nice to have a little bit of element of RNG, gambling, etc. Like, I know you can gamble for precursors as well.
Yeah.
You can gamble at Ecto gamble. There are so many ways to gamble in the game.
Yeah.
That's good. It's just
Well, yeah,
some people
because
are going to enjoy it. It's good that it exists for them.
yeah, there's so many moments of random outcome, which in random outcome is, of course, not actually. I shouldn't use the word random. That's imprecise. Let's say uncertain outcome is the way the world works. It's the way life works. Sometimes I look at gambling and think like, okay, so like, for example, me sitting down and doing this podcast with you is a sort of gamble. It's an investment of effort and resources with an uncertain outcome. What outcomes do I care about? Some of them might be measurable. Maybe I want to get views or watch hours on YouTube. Maybe I like to have viewers on the Twitch. But maybe some of the outcomes that I want are less tangible, like to further my understanding, to make a connection, to develop my network, things like that. And in a sense, when we're gambling, you can take those kinds of outcomes and just skip right to them. Say, oh, I want to try again. I want to try again. I think like, what if I could just pay a fee to re-roll the podcast? You know what I'm saying? And to get a different outcome, to be like, oh, I don't like that one. Let's just try again. I don't like that one. Let's try again. And I think I heard it put by a clinical psychologist, who's some of whose work I've read, that the thing that, and I'm not sure if this is, I'm a lay person consuming this information. I'm not an expert, but it matches up with my understanding, which is the thing that people usually value about pursuit isn't actually acquisition. It's the pursuit itself. It's the feeling of making meaningful progress towards a valued goal. So like that, I think, and in a way, gambling kind of hijacks that circuitry to say, oh, I can, and it's why my understanding of people who actually do have a problem with gambling is that it's not so much the jackpot that they care about, it's the feeling that of being able to get a jackpot that's interesting. And I think as there's been the role of governments and societies, among many others, is to help us determine culturally what we think is okay. Like, for example, murder, not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there are exceptions, self-defense, etc., but generally not okay. What else? Drug use. That one's not so sure. Like, it's kind of, some are okay, some are not okay. Some you have to get prescribed.
Exactly. It's okay when it's prescribed. It's okay when it's needed.
When it's regulated, when it's managed.
Yeah.
And I think gambling is one of those things that culturally there's some uncertainty about too. We definitely know it's possible for a healthy adult to enjoy gambling and to do it in a way that's responsible. But we also know that it's a tool that can ruin someone's life, like, say, unregulated drug access can do. And I'm not advocating a personal position. I'm just exploring the solution space here.
I mean, you're very correct in what you're saying, I think.
And so I think when people see a gambling type mechanic in a video game that can be directly linked to your wallet, even if it's not necessary, but that can be directly linked, the natural thing to do is to apply your morality about gambling outside the game and put that straight onto the game, even if it's not a complete fit. And that is where I see a lot of the reaction. And I mean, I look at some of the like worst case scenarios, like some of these gacha games. I also look at EA's portfolio of sports games, especially what's that soccer game? Sorry, not soccer, football game they have called. Are you familiar with it?
From EA, I just remember the Battlefront 2.
Oh yeah, and how they murdered Star Wars with microtransactions.
Yeah, like I mean,
and stuff.
I was a huge Star Wars fan. I sunk 5,000 to 6,000 hours into Battlefront 2, 2005, the PS2 game. Yeah, that was my teenage game. I sunk 5K plus hours into it.
Oh my!
I would tell
amazing.
the kid at school, I was like, "Yo, class ended early. Wanna go home and play Battlefront 2?" I would bring my friends home. We'd play together on the PS2.
Nice. Nice.
That was the thing. So yeah, like they brutally murdered it.
And how did they murder it? They murdered it because they overplayed their hands with the gambling stuff. And there's more to it than that, because you can still have a good game with some gambling on top of it that people don't like. People will like the game that's there below the gambling, but there's a perception of, like, I think we are continually doing value assessments of how we're using our time, all right? And people don't like the feeling of being taken advantage of. Oh, I've been slogging away at this game for 2 hours. I had a good time, but I'm exhausted. Let's see the progress I made. Oh, I could have made the same progress just by dropping a few bucks in. And look at this guy who's killing me every single time with the blinged out Darth Vader with the gold rims or whatever it is. I don't know. So it goes against in gaming, it goes against this principle that I think is held very closely of fun and fair play in our games, which I think is less prized in other markets, like the Korean market, one you described earlier. But in the Western market, is certainly highly valued, to the point where if you violate those principles too severely, you get punished, as we saw with EA and Star Wars. Anyway, that's a bunch of musings. I think it's worthwhile to examine these things. But before I move on to anything else, any thoughts on what I just said?
Well, I agree with you on that. Like for once, since I play gacha games, like Japanese ones where there are a lot of whales, I can, like, one of the games I play, you can feel that it is pay to win. Like the people who whale on the gambling, they have the best units. They win in PvP. Like you can beat them with like a wombo combo team that you make up with whatever is available, but your success rate is so low.
Yeah.
It would be worthwhile spending on the game just to win. That is where I think things are wrong, and where I totally agree with you is that what you can get from spending money should always be cosmetic or a time skip on the grind. It should never be pay to win, which is something that is also very important for our society. Like when you brought society in and different ways of approaching the subject, that was very interesting. I work a solid 8 hours a day. If you take the commuting time out and you take the lunch time out and whatever breaks I'm having throughout the day, you could say I'm active from 8 a.m. to 7 to 8 p.m. and work. When I get home, I still have to make dinner. Still have to take care of the house, maybe clean around, whatever. And I might not have the time that I used to have as a student to play video games. So, since the only constraint that we have in a given day is in a given life is time, it's a matter of how you decide to spend it. If I spend more time at my workplace, make more money, then I should be able to exchange that time that I spent at the workplace, that I got in the form of money, for time that I could have spent in the game, using the money. That is exactly where things become ethical and ethical, as long as it's not a pay to win, as in I can buy the best weapon and kill it with it, then I'm completely fine with a lot of stuff being available for money. And that is also one thing that we used to say back when I started all the stuff in the Guild Wars 2 economy. We're like, if you're not able to play the training post well, you're better off getting like a shift at McDonald's, because your dollar per hour is going to translate into better gold per hour than you can make farming.
As long as you enjoy flipping burgers, yeah.
As long as you enjoy flipping burgers, of course. But do you, like, that takes us to another question. Would you really enjoy farming? Would you really enjoy mind-numbingly optimized farming? I'm not talking like farming with a movie on the side. I'm talking farming, looking at everything you're doing, micromanaging your inventory at every step of loot you're getting, etc. It's tiring. It's just so tiring.
I have a complicated reaction to that, which is today I'd never do it. My time feels too valuable. But
exactly,
I kind of miss it. I kind of miss my student days. I feel like my time was just ever like I had so much. How did I have so much time? I don't know.
Time as a teenager is ever expanding. That's the only way I can explain it. It's within
Uh,
the hour you get another hour and another hour. It's just
it's a space time phenomenon. Like there's something about it.
ever
Like it's something metaphysical, I think.
quite so.
But yeah, like, and I used to have this attitude because I played World of Warcraft back in the day when it first came out, and one of the things that I grew to appreciate more and more over time about that game is that if you saw somebody pull something off inside the game, you knew it was because they put in the time and they put in the effort and they made the connections. Like they didn't no one was like selling raid clears in the original World of Warcraft. Like the economy was not that sophisticated. Um, there was RMT, of course, real money transactions. You know, that's been around as long as game economies have been around. But and bots and etc. But for the most part, like, and the one of the clear memories I have, and I keep bringing this up, is there is this. I used to I played Horde. I was an orc warrior. I loved it. Playing warrior in original WoW was so fun because you could do so many different things, and you were so good at it. You sucked so bad at the start, but after you got a lot of gear, you were so good. You become like a god when you have support. But there's this one orc warrior, and I'd always see him in the main city, and he always had the best gear in every single slot. His name was Bogus, I remember, and he was in a guild called Void, and he was like the mega badass. And I'd occasionally bump into him doing PvP, and he was just like clearing house. He was like 5 enemies all rolled up in one. Like that guy to me had such a high social status in my at the time. I guess I was in college when that happened, in my college-aged brain.
Okay.
And I yearned to recreate that sense of value in my investment in games. But for me, over time, it's gone from getting value out of being very good and very having a lot of achievements within a game, not necessarily literal achievements, but things that are valued and that you can show off, like a world first or whatever, that kind of stuff. To getting to the ways I have to get value are much more complicated. I have to do podcasts, otherwise I don't enjoy my games. It's really screwed up and weird. I have to have these community interactions, otherwise for me I don't have fun.
I feel like that's actually quite normal. It's just as a person you've changed, and the things that bring you joy, that bring you the rewarding feeling, that bring you the enjoyment, that has changed as well. Like when you're, and it also has to do something with the way we grew up as individuals. Whenever you're growing up, you're literally growing up. You're always looking up. You're looking towards someone or something else. And at that point, you're looking at what the other has, and you're like, okay, I want to do the same. I want to be the same. I also want to be the one glowing. You're always like, whenever you're constructing yourself as a child, an individual, you don't construct from nothing. You pick up parts from other people.
Yeah.
And that's how you construct yourself. But when you're actually a grown up, like you've already grown up. You've reached the point where you exist in and by yourself. When you're at that point, it's about what you want to do with yourself.
Yeah.
It's about the person you want to be, the person you want to look like. If you still have that as an adult, I think that it means you're not complete yet. Like you're still missing something. If you're still trying to be someone else, that means that you're not good yet. Like you're still missing something in your construction. And when instead you're like, okay, this is what I want to do. This is the goal I want to have. This is when it becomes I want to have instead of I want to be, that means you've figured something out.
Interesting.
I think that's the point where you've gotten, right? That's the point where you're like, okay, it's not whom I want to be. It's what I want to do. It's what I want to have. You want to have meaningful connections with people, which is, of course, something that we search because we're social people. Like the human race is social.
Yeah.
Social
problem solvers and tool users.
Exactly. You want to have something you can be proud of because it means that you have, done something from yourself, by yourself, to reach that point. So it's something you can be proud of. It's something you can be proud to show to others. It's not something that you have bought. It's not something you have acquired. It's something you have achieved. So it's something that you necessarily take pride in because you did it.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that is something that you only get when you're an adult. And when you're an adult, like the fact that you still have something that you want to show off is like a remnant of, like, in my understanding at least, a remnant of when you're a child and you go up to mom and dad and you're like, hey, mom and dad, I made this, or I got this good grade or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want to feel the praise or the positive view from someone.
Yeah, the validation. Yeah.
Validation, yeah, as you're doing it. And then when you're an adult, it's more like I wanna validate myself a little. I want to do something I can. I want to do something that I enjoy and that I can also look back at and be like, Ray did well right there. Solid, like
Mm-hmm.
I can be happy with myself. That's just what growing up does to people.
Yeah. I think one way to summarize what you said, at least a part of it, might be that you care less about impressing others and more about impressing yourself.
Yeah.
And when you're young, impressing yourself isn't worth much because you don't know much. But when you're an adult, when you've passed through the lens of reality and shared experience, you've gone to school, you've done work, you've had relationships, you've dealt with family things that children don't deal with, then you become a more competent consumer of your own experiences in a way. You become more able to understand and find validation in what you do. I mean, I experience it all the time whenever I look back at my work. It's interesting. When I produce a podcast like this, I'll always go back and listen to it afterwards and give myself notes for next time. And I never accurately predict what my reaction to my rewatch will be. I always get it wrong. When I rewatch it, I'm always surprised by what I did and what I liked and disliked about it. It's a fascinating process.
I hope you can share some of that with me after you rewatch what we'll have done. Just tell me what you felt were your highlights in it, what you took away from it. I mean, it is also very interesting for me because, when you're expressing yourself on someone else's platform, it's always an interesting experience. So I very much like to have your return from all of that. That would be
sure, great. Absolutely. No reason we can't stay in touch and have an ongoing dialogue. That's one of my favorite things to do.
That's great.
So I feel like we've really gone into the weeds on some very cool ideas. And I'm feeling the need to get back to something more concrete. But I wonder if before we do that, if I could ask you if you'd be okay with a quick 5-minute pause.
Definitely. I mean, I'll use that myself, the technical break.
Sounds good.
Sure.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks, Sam.
Perfect.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm back. I'm Deeg. I'm back here with Sam Ajesté. And we're talking about Guild Wars 2 games, philosophy, and life, as you do. We just had a really fun tangent talking about that stemmed, I think, from a conversation about gambling and gambling in games specifically. I wonder if I could come back to something that you said while you were laying the foundation for your point of view when you made that video about Mount Gate back in 2017. Yeah. You said that you had a fundamental disagreement with something about the way ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 business works. I wonder if I could ask you to elaborate on what that is.
See, the way I was disagreeing with ArenaNet is I was voicing the same concerns as the community, which was, all right, guys, you've given us some content with the expansion pack that we have paid for. You've also given us the promise of future content, which is something I can agree with.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to see something tangible within a correct time frame. which is something that ArenaNet still to this day has a lot of issues, responding with or responding to.
Mm-hmm.
The main issue that I had is, okay, Path of Fire has released. We're gonna have a raid wing. We have 4 new maps. We have a story.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd like to have my raid wing like now. Similarly, I was like, I would pretty much like to have more fractals now. Like we didn't even get a Path of Fire themed fractal yet. I was like, these maps are pretty cool. There are some meta events that I don't exactly want to partake in, because I felt that the map meta events in Heart of Thorns were much more interesting than bounties. And I was like, where my instance content at? Where's the stuff that I'm going to do with my friends? Because an MMO experience is, you get tossed in a world, you play with the people that are around you, but it's also an occasion where you can just play with the squad, play with the mates, the homies, however people call them. Play with the people you actually enjoy spending your evening with. That's something that has followed me since the start of Guild Wars 2 to almost the end of my career as a regular content creator on Guild Wars 2. It was playing with a friend regularly.
Yeah.
Like I would get on the game to play with the friends. I wouldn't get on the game to play the game. It's also something that Rocket said, I think. The feeling of playing with the friends. So can get back to that.
Yeah.
But I was like, that was something I was actually not okay with from ArenaNet. I was like, okay, I paid, I get the content, I get a promise of content that I'm more interested in, and I would like to see the content that I supposedly paid for in advance, instead of seeing you getting more money first. Like, just put the money I gave you to the use that it was meant for. And that is why I was feeling wrong about it. I was like, I just want my content, and that's why I voiced the same concerns as what the people were voicing, which was, is it really fine to not have the content yet and have them say, yeah, okay, we're going to need the money to make content? Like, I felt like there was some mismanagement. Maybe, and that's also something that I said, maybe a disagreement between the views of management and the views of the producers of the game, of the people trying to take the game in a certain direction. I felt like there was a clash somewhere at ArenaNet. I never quite could put the finger on it, because even though I got partnered as Path of Fire released, I quite couldn't find out what was going on there. I was just like, okay, I don't get what's happening, but I think that somewhere there are people who are not agreeing with each other. And that is why we see a situation like this, where there is no communication, just issues. Which is a very ArenaNet-y way to do things. However, like, the lack of communication is a staple.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough one, man. I totally understand why that would make you and anyone upset. One of the things that I used to spray all over Reddit when I was really trying to make my points there, which I don't do anymore, was like, yeah, well, that's a whole other conversation. Yeah. And I agree with the headline, though, is that you can make almost anything okay with the right kind of communication. Almost anything. Yeah. And I know that it's hard to do, but that makes it that much more worth doing. Like, I work in a corporate structure myself. I do professional services building software. And man, there are times where I have felt like I was in a position to make things easier on myself or my team or my company by just not saying everything. And that's kind of normal when you're trying to speak on behalf of something as huge as a corporation. But it's very hard to do that. It's very hard to have accountability, very hard for any individual person representing something that big to take responsibility for the entire problem or whatever it is.
I think
we've seen from ArenaNet. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I see the point of view that you're trying to bring up, and I'll just go on for now, and I'll react after.
Okay.
Sorry.
I also wanted to pull in something you said earlier about how you have had a tendency in the past, and maybe currently too, I don't know, to take a relatively apologistic stance towards ArenaNet and their need to monetize, their need to, you know, treat the game like a business, because it is. And
It is.
I think it's one of the really fascinating things about games is that they're an art form and they're an interactive art form and business, totally unique. I feel like we're on the bleeding edge of some of these kinds of issues, which is very fun. But I guess the point I want to make is that we have seen expectations be set, altered, missed, forgotten about over and over again, regardless of the intentions and whatever the internal machinations that we don't see. And it paints a picture that is kind of like a Rorschach. You're familiar with the idea of a Rorschach?
I do.
Okay, yeah. For those who don't know, it's like an impressionistic, like ink blob on paper. And you look at it and you say, like, kind of like you're staring at a cloud. Oh, I see a dog. I see a wheel. And the idea of a Rorschach is it says more about the person than about the ink blot, what you see. And when you look at a sufficiently complicated situation, I think the natural thing to do is to project your experience on it. And so everyone sees something different. And one of the main differentiators, I think, of what people see is what they love about the game. If you love raids and you see loot boxes coming out and being controversial and you haven't seen a raid in a year, then yeah, like your story is clear. Like I'm being let down, but I'm being asked to step up in my contribution back to the game, which feels like it's morally unjust.
Definitely.
And the complicated thing about all of that is that gamers have the luxury of having their feelings and issues with the game all be in the public. Because we're just people who are consuming a game. Like, the worst thing you can do is publish an unpopular opinion as a gamer, and it doesn't really affect you that much to be wrong on the internet. But the stakes are very different if you're communicating on behalf of a studio or a publisher. And I recognize that. I think you recognize that. And a lot of people recognize that. And so we see things seemingly go wrong. And we understand that there are things about what's going wrong that we don't understand. And they probably are reasonable. Probably the people who are making the game are themselves under shifting expectations. Probably they're under an adverse circumstance that then gets passed down to us. What's the responsibility of someone who's just a cog in the wheel to throw themselves on the machine? You know?
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to ask anyone to do. You know, I had the opportunity to talk to Bobby Stein about a month ago, the associate narrative director at ArenaNet. And the really cool sense I got from him is that, at least for the parts of the business that he touches, there's a very like artistic collective kind of approach towards the actual endeavor of game development. Like, that it should not just be something that lifts up the gamers who consume it, but it should lift up the people who are making it too. And that sense of respect being returned back to people working on the game, no forced crunch, you know. We don't hear stories about arena crunching.
Yeah.
And maybe if they were crunching, we would have raids. Would that be better?
No. Because what matters is having something that is polished, enjoyable, of high quality, rather than
Mm-hmm.
something that is rushed and feels like leaves a bad aftertaste. Uh, I'll have two things to say to everything that you've said so far, and the
Go
first
ahead.
thing that I'm going to say is the shortest. if you look at what was originally planned for years before they released the game, it was really good. I don't know how early you got into it, but I think you got in it
Early
enough.
2015, just before Heart of Thorns.
Then you probably felt it just a bit. The whole Scarlet Briar story,
Mm-hmm.
I loved that. A lot of people say she was a bad villain, that the story was bad, etc. I loved it. The whole Scarlet Briar story actually felt great. We had a villain that had reasons for her actions, that was already seeing the future where we were living in the moment of the game. They really managed to give us that feeling. Like we were the pawns in the game, and Scarlet was just the queen that was looking at the forces of the enemy. She was already a few steps ahead of us, and that really felt great. And that to me was art. It was the story within it. It was the direction where we were taken. And whomever was working on all of that story, all of that build-up, on the cinematic effects, on bringing up the encounters and everything, I loved it. The whole retake Lion's Arch back from the enemy, that was to me one of the culminating points of the game. That was so good. They wiped a city, they made a huge event take place in it, and then we had to somehow almost save the world. That culmination of the story was like 20 times better than killing Zayten. And killing Zayten is supposed to be something big. We're killing one of the 6 dragons. Yeah. One of the 6 major enemies. One of the god killers. Sorry for the spoilers, but I guess that's okay.
It's Zayten, give me a break.
Dragons eat gods, lad. I'm sorry. They like it tastes good, lots of magic. Right? Who can blame them, right? Yeah, I love my spaghetti as well. This felt great. Like it was a great story and a great narrative experience, and the build up to it was so great. Flame and Frost, legions fighting against each other. Her, making her later friends. Already pushing her factions here and there. We were fighting enemies. We had no idea she was behind them. It was so good. And so that's one thing. When you say that the story, the art, etc., should elevate the people behind it, that's where I felt such deep respect for the people behind the story. Because the story was crazy good. No matter what people say, I loved it. And I will stand by these words forever.
Also, blowing up the capital city of the game is like it's a big balls move.
It's such a hot take. And people, there are still people who are complaining about old Lion's Arch. I liked it. I have old videos of it. I liked it. But
I'm kind of sad I never got to experience it. Because I started after that arc, and when I was getting back in, it was the bombed out Lion's Arch that I started in. I was like, what is with this place? And then I had to go back and figure out what happened.
Yeah, that it's a shame that we can't replay through all of that for real. They still have the assets somewhere and everything. They could add it as like a fractal or an area you can go back to or something. They could do so.
They've done some parts, right? I know, one of the new fractals is based on some of that content. Actually, a couple of them.
Yeah, which was a most welcome take because the encounters were actually good. For sure, it was actually good. So that was the first thing I wanted to say on the matter of elevating the game. And the other thing that I wanted to say is on the way we consume video games, and that is like the way games are being made right now. That changed also the way we consume them. Okay. I'm gonna go back a long time ago. The first video game that I saw played before my eyes wasn't one that I was playing myself. When I was about 4 years old, back in 1998, my dad was all crazy about Tomb Raider 2. He would stay up at night, wake up early in the morning to go complete Tomb Raider 2, get all the trophies, all the golden ones, the hidden. Dad was a gamer, I can say it. Dad was a gamer. He still
the apple didn't fall far from the tree, huh?
Yeah, he's really bad at FPS games nowadays, so I actually don't play with him when he asks me to. So I'm gonna have to carry it. It feels
You don't want to be embarrassed. No, Dad. Stop watching.
I'm sorry, Dad. Very tough chances he's gonna find this, but I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. He knows it. He knows it. We tried playing zombie mode together. It didn't quite work out. But yeah.
He's got to get good.
This aside, a game back then was shipped as a finished product. There weren't DLCs, there weren't updates. You took it, you played it, everything in it was already in there. You liked it or you didn't like it. There was no reason to go and cry out because the game was already there. It wasn't going to change. That's it. It's done. It's made, etc. Nowadays, we are treating studios the same way we would treat a content creator. We want accountability from them. We go and consume the content that the video game is the same way we consume the content from a content creator. When it doesn't fit what we want it to be, we say it. When it feels like it's being like, and we say the same of studios as content creators, so it's very funny on that end, when we call them sellouts. Like they add something to make people purchase, the same way someone is going to make a video with a huge sponsor to get a cash grab. Yeah. We shun them for doing so. Like we look at it as if it's the wrong thing to do because that's not the human thing to do, like the community, indie thing to do. And it's like, I think it's our way of consuming the content that's made it the way it is, or maybe it was the other way around. I don't know what came first, the chicken, the egg, as you said at the start of this podcast. It's just content right now is meant. I mean, video games right now are made in the same way that content creator would make their content. It's like you get a promise of something that is going to come. It does come at intervals, be them regular or not. You're going to consume it, voice your opinion, in the hopes that it's going to impact the next delivery of content. And then at some point, you're going to vote with your wallet.
Yeah.
Same way you would by saying, I'm subscribed.
Yeah.
And I think that's the wrong way to go about things, because at the end of the day, we need to remember that the video game is a piece of art. There's an artistic direction behind it. There is a place they want to take us. There is a story that is unraveling. There is a lot that goes behind it. And in fine, the way it is being delivered, the way it is being priced, all of that, is the fact of the financial management team. And that's it. So like the creators behind it, we need to take them for who they are, artists. I say that with respect. I respect artists a lot. And we should probably treat a video game the same way we would treat a movie. You get out of it and you're like, I liked it. Or you're like, okay, a little bit of an aftertaste, but it was a good one. I can't wait to see the next one, etc. It's just the way we consume video games has kind of shifted the wrong way. But that's just one of my takes. I don't know if you would agree with that.
I'm deciding what I think.
Okay.
No, it's definitely an interesting perspective. Yeah, I think one of the tricks is the feedback cycle, right? Because if you look at a game like Tomb Raider 2, what was the feedback cycle between Tomb Raider 2 and Tomb Raider 3? How did they decide to change what they changed? It's almost like
I don't even think there was a feedback cycle. That's like back then there wasn't feedback. Like sales, like word of mouth, refunds maybe were the way you would get some feedback through refunds. I guess refunds were pretty valid.
Yeah.
But like
it seems like the feedback would mostly come from like sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
I was going to say maybe a few forums or like internet chatting. I think IRC was a thing back then.
GameFAQs, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, GameFAQs has been there for a very long time. I still use it to this day. Yeah? No shunning my boy GameFAQs. I still use it regularly for some old RPGs.
Yeah, there's some knowledge there that is nowhere else. God bless it. So I guess I see that change in communication and feedback as being transformational.
Definitely.
And the idea of being able to create something without scrutiny, I think it's something you get to do like once. Like your first time out. You get a chance to make the thing that is your true artistic vision. Then after that, as social problem solvers, like we intrinsically, I think, cannot help but listen to feedback and incorporate it. And I think it's to our detriment to ignore feedback, And it's very
Definitely.
hard to separate qualified good feedback from bad, and to see the truth in what someone says, even if the way they say it is disrespectful, or even if 9 out of 10 things they say are wrong, to focus on the one thing that say, oh, I should listen to this. This is important.
I most agree with you. Like, not listening to feedback is taken as doubling down on a mistake.
Right.
That is huge, right? Because that is the way it is perceived by people. It's like you make something, people give you feedback, good or bad, you take it, and then you're gonna, well, first step, you're supposed to communicate about it, be like, okay, we're taking in the feedbacks, this is what we understood. You agree with that? Like the second check, important. Then you're gonna implement stuff. If you get feedback and implement the wrong thing, then that means you know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That means you're
Yeah.
voluntarily deciding to trust in another factor than the satisfaction of your consumer base. And
there's an assumption.
rightfully so, if you're wronged, rightfully so, if you're wrong, we're going to be like, okay, you asked us what we thought. We told you you're supposed to do that. You know that if you do that, you keep our support, and you're deciding not to do that. So either we're not big enough to influence you, like there is another bigger stake, understandable. We get back to the mount gate, decisions, management, all of that with that. Or, you're just going in with your direction, and you're like, it better be the proper direction. Like the delivery better be great. If you're gonna keep going one way and everyone tells you that's maybe not the right way, the end has to be perfect.
You better be right.
You better be right at the end at some point. so yeah, that's
right. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Because even if you, regardless of whatever you decide to do, when you get feedback, people will assume that you're aware of it. Your audience will assume that you kind of understood their feedback and ingested it in some way. Even if you just sit there and feel however you feel about something, there's an assumption that, oh, well, someone else will speak up and say this thing. There's such a high expectation of communication and accountability for that communication that's come out of this new technology that no one knows how to deal with it. And we have these minds that are built to, not built, emerged to meet a need of keeping track of, tens of human connections, not hundreds or thousands. We're in like a race right now to try to figure out if we can supplement our native capabilities with the proper technology to actually meet these needs. We farm out trust assessment, verified on Twitter. Do I trust this person? Are they verified? Yes or no? Rather than like checking in with your family and with your friends to see if this person who just entered the tribe is legit, you trust Twitter. Or how else do we assess trust? We ban people from games if they cheat. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we assess trust based on following.
Yes.
That's the way we
How
go
many
about
followers?
It's like, is that person listened to within their own community? First step. And second step, is that person listened to outside of their community? If they check both of these marks, I'll listen to them. You will listen to them. Everyone will listen to them. Because what they say has been validated by the followers and outside of them. And that is actually a huge thing. And I wouldn't know if it's good or bad. I wouldn't take like a hot take on it.
I think that there's perspectives on both sides, but I think you said it dead on.
Definitely.
Okay.
So yeah,
well, once again, another interesting tangent we found.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I have the art of going on tangents, and you need to rein me back in.
Yes. Well, let's attempt to do that here. Great, a really great exploration, all emerging from discussion about loot boxes, which I guess is no surprise. It's always such a fun topic. But let's get back to talking about, let's see. At the start of the podcast, you said that you have your passion you do your content for, and you have like your service, almost like your service for the community to help promote the things that you think need more promotion, that deserve more attention. While I still have plenty of caffeine flowing through my mind, maybe I can ask you to tell me about some of these economic concerns and questions about the game economy. Honestly, I've never engaged in the economy outside of making a couple of spreadsheets to do Mystic Forge conversions. And I wonder if I could just run a few things by you.
Sure.
Okay. Start with some broader topics. Actually, maybe I should just start simple. Maybe that would be better.
Throw anything you want at me. I'll give you the best answer I can.
Excellent. Okay,
if the question is this hard to formulate, I'm going to be stuck, eh?
Well, I just want to ask you the best question, you know? Okay, here's one. So I know that one of the weird things that goes on in the Guild Wars economy, a lot of the interactions are formed by this permeability between, and we referenced this earlier, between gems and gold. Yeah. I think that it's a pretty interesting choice for a game to make, first, to have a player economy at all. I was listening to a conversation by Kevin Jordan, one of the original designers of World of Warcraft, and there was a time where there was not going to be a player economy. And someone insisted, no, we have to have a player economy. We need an auction house. And Guild Wars, of course, made that choice at some point, too, to have a player economy. It's different in many ways than World of Warcraft. And one of the many ways that it set itself aside as being more friendly than other games with cash shops is, of course, not selling power. It's based on cosmetics and convenience. And also allowing you to buy premium currency with currency earned in game, and allowing players to grind out those rewards. I wonder if you could give me your take on whether this system is good for the game, bad for the game, or any interesting thoughts about that.
All right. Well, in that matter, we have two things to take into account. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to give you an answer purely from a financial management POV at the studio. So I hope that it will answer your question.
Okay.
The two things that you will take into account are revenue in one hand and metrics in the other. Because both of these are going to have a finite impact on funding you will receive and, let's say, attention from investors, which is also something you want to get. Mm-hmm. In terms of revenue, having that duality of the gem system means that you will get people who are going to buy because they will want to be able to have gold the easy way. We mentioned that earlier. Flip burgers instead of flipping the trading post if you're bad.
Yes. Right?
Yes. So let's put that aside for now, the revenue part. And then we get to the metrics part. If you know that your content will be delivered in a time frame that's going to vary from 2 weeks at release to 3 months and a half nowadays. Mm-hmm. If you know that this is going to be a thing, then what you're going to be interested in is going to be player retention, concurrent connection metric, and let's say overall interest in your game, like box sales that can like stem from that. And the way metrics play into that is that if you tell your investors or shareholders that you've got millions of people playing the game, they will feel good about it. You know, mm-hmm. they will want to keep putting money in that. If you're able to say, okay, we've made a game where you can just play to get the best looking things. You don't have to put money in it. Mm-hmm. That's such a good marketing move. That's great. You know, people like that.
Yeah.
And that is exactly why, in my mind, they went for that direction, because it serves the general purpose of having a good image, generating sales, getting good word of mouth at, getting good metrics, ensuring revenue from the people that are not going to play as hard as the others. You know,
Yeah.
you get so many good things from having that set up from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
If you do have it, you're creating a situation where that's going to happen.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, or is it a little bit too
Yeah,
far-fetched?
no, I think I get it. What you're saying is that, let me just repeat it back to you to make sure you can tell me if I got it. That it's beneficial to have a setup to your game on the business side that encourages lots of people to be playing, whatever that method is, because having a lot of people playing reflects positively and has follow-on effects that reflect well on investors and people who are interested in the game um, on the financial decision-making side, let's say. So free to play or buy to play is a model that lets the most people in to play your game. And even if they're not participating in the gem store economy in any way, they're a potential buyer because they're already sunk into your product in some way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that is very correct, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing the game being the way it is.
How so?
I mean, like I meant the way the economy was built. Like I was, just going back to what we were saying earlier. Like the reason why the game is made in a way where you have, let's say, long-term goals, you can grind for stuff where they had not new content you're going to grind, but new content you're going to grind for. That's the way it works. That's how they're, feeding the player base. Why would you need to give people a new raid if you can give them 5 new cosmetics that take much less time to develop, and they're going to grind the same amount of time for that?
And also,
What already exists, they're going to grind it.
and because of the gold gem standard, you can do almost any content you want to grind towards that reward.
Exactly, and that is also a great thing. And it is I think one of the sense of freedom that they wanted to put in Guild Wars 2. When they released Guild Wars 2, there was a manifesto that was used as let's say as a target for discontent a little bit later on. But when they released Guild Wars 2, I don't remember the whole manifesto by heart, but there were a lot of things like you can play any side of the game you want and achieve the same things. You can play any class you want. There won't be a holy trinity. You won't be stuck in a role. You can achieve whatever you want, doing whatever you want. That was basically the manifesto.
Big promises of freedom.
Yeah, and they followed up on that. Like you can't attack them on anything of that. It works, 100%. And so I say, yeah, they've made something that matches the original side they had for it, and to this day they're not deviating that hard away from it. Like it does still check out.
Okay, so it sounds like you think that the whole setup with the gem store and there being gold to gems and gems to gold and all that stuff is mainly a good thing for the game.
I do.
Okay. Do you think there are any parts of that system that have negative consequences? Like one of the things I just heard you say is that it's frustrating to feel like rather than getting a raid, we're getting 5 new outfits in the gem store. That sounds like a negative thing.
It just creates an environment in which it is too easy, and basically the easy solution for it is just to make cosmetics instead of making content. Even though you could argue that cosmetics are content in a game nicknamed Fashion Wars 2, would kind of check out, wouldn't it? It's just I personally think that this is one of the places where like having such a system can go very wrong, because the moment you put something in the gem store, it's going to be content. It's going to be something people would grind for.
Mhm.
and that can lead to being lazy about content. And
Mhm.
like, it's been a while since the last Fractal. It's been an even longer time since the last raid. Uh, Strike missions were even dropped. DRMs are such a joke that I'm still laughing when I think about them. Uh,
Huh.
yeah, like, I mean, the content right now is lazy,
Oh.
100%. Like, the story is good. Like, I mean, it's okay. Just DRMs. It should have been at least a strike mission.
Let me remind me to ask you about DRMs in a few. Before we get there, though, um,
Sure.
I have been listening to a series of lectures by a woman named Julia Galef about something she calls motivated reasoning,
Mhm.
and basically, it's the idea of examining an idea from a point of view of defense or attack to say, here's a new idea. Do I need to defend this idea or do we need to attack it? And you can think about like, you know, the major polarizing issues going on in Western culture today. Like, am I conservative or am I liberal? Am I for this or am I for that? And you know, what am I about? And what she espouses is this idea of what she calls not a soldier mindset, but a scout mindset, where instead of trying to understand how an idea fits into your existing ethos, you focus on whether an idea has truth in it. And you try to use the new idea to update your internal model. And one of the major things that I came away with from that talk about is her saying that for many people, the question of being able to use this scout mindset rather than the soldier mindset isn't based on the person themselves, but based on their incentives. And that people will do and say things that are not truthful or not accurate if it's their incentive to do so. Like, let's think about an example. Let's say you're a salesperson and you make commission based on sales, and you're engaging with a potential client. And let's
Yeah.
say you're an honest salesperson, okay? And even though you were dealing with it with a client who doesn't know the product like you do, who doesn't know how it gets used like you do, you're the expert, you know. But you're also a conscientious salesperson, and you're not going to sell this client something that they don't really need, even though they think they want it. You're going to be like, you know what? I think this isn't actually a good thing for you, and I don't want to take advantage of you. Maybe you do that. But this is the system you're in. And even if you take that stance, 8 out of the other 10 people on your team might not, because there's a problem with the incentive. And
Yeah.
that people will do the thing they're incentivized to do. And I think about what you just said about that, applying that idea to what you just said. Um, if we have if it's acceptable to add content to the game via gem store unlocks, what is Arena as a developer incentivized to do? It's been really interesting for me to kind of, and I've been playing through the new story content, but I've not really been engaging with any of the unlocks or achievements. I don't really like achievements in the first place, personally.
I'm with you on that.
Oh, someone else. Okay, you and me against everyone else, it feels like. um,
Achievements are tiring. I don't need someone to tell me what's an achievement.
yeah.
I make
Uh,
achievements.
Hell yeah, man. Me too. Uh, but they put in these new weapon skins in the new content that came alongside the Dragon Response missions that have a huge grind attached to them. They're a huge amount of effort to do. And like, so why would they do that? Oh, they want people to be playing the game. Well, why do they want people to do that? Oh, because they've just had a sudden shift away from this living world model of content to an opportunity, which is exactly the way I heard Bobby Stein put it on a guild chat. This is, we got a chance to work on an expansion. Of course, we're going to jump at that. It was a change. It was a surprise, a pleasant surprise. But it meant sacrificing the quality of content. And they learned from Heart of Thorns that they cannot have a 9-month content drought leading up to an expansion
Yeah.
launch. It's just murder on the existing player base. So they need something, and they need to keep people busy. And so we have these story missions that are you're incentivized to want to repeat in several ways. They have these big grinds associated with them. And I mean, to their credit, a lot of different weapon skins. Like, there's a lot. Um, But it all rolls back to a question of incentives. So they're incentivized to do X because they know that they'll create the right incentives for their players to do what they want, which is to play the game. Something you were just saying is very valuable as a potential investor. So what's the end of the line of the incentive chain? And where I often come in on these conversations is that the end of the line is the financial money people.
Yeah.
And when we see a decision being made by a developer to do something in a game, we can't just look at the person who designed the system to be like, they screwed this up or they got this right. We have to look at the chain of accountability and incentives, which is confusing as a gamer because game studios, and I'm not talking about ArenaNet, I'm talking about as an industry, have done a bad job of explaining to us how games are made. I just watched this really great piece by, sorry, I'm drawing in 15,000 things. This is my problem.
No problem. I'm following.
By, crap, I cannot remember the YouTube creator. I'll try to link it in the description of this when it goes up live later. But he talked about how a big part of the reason why gamers experience gamers take on games is so bad is because game studios hide how games are made from people. They want you to believe that it's produced by magic, you know,
through passion. I would say through passion more than magic. They
Yeah.
want people to believe that they are happy people doing meetings between the artists and the designers every day, working on what they want to put in the game to make people happy, and for you to enjoy it at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a very idyllic way of putting it, and that's where it is very wrong as well. Because at the end of the day, if you want to have funding to make a game, then you need to make a promise that your game is going to sell. A promise that your game is going to sell will mean that investors, since they're rather chilly people, are going to ask you, what are you going to monetize with it? You're just going to sell your game, or you're going to put extra little bits in there for us? And that's just the way it goes. Like, you want to start a project, you need funding, and there were like we've seen the rise of the extreme opposite of that lately. I'm going to make a tangent that I apologize in advance for.
Don't go for it, brother.
Kickstarters. Kickstarters are what game studios pretend to be. And there is one Kickstarter, the only Kickstarter for a video game, actually probably the only Kickstarter as a whole I've participated into, was the Kickstarter for a game called Bloodstained: Ritual of the Night. Maybe you don't know it. I guess you don't know. Okay. The studio behind it's called 501 Games. That's not going to tell you much either. Koji Igarashi. Maybe that name rings a bell. Probably not.
Sorry.
That's still going to be all right. If I say Konami as a video game studio, that rings a bell to you. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the big IPs of Konami, top of your head?
Metal Gear.
I'm going to give you a hint. Role-playing game.
You're gonna leave me. I haven't played console games in the last 20 years for the most part.
Okay. Hear me out. I'm going to take you just a little bit further.
Man. Okay.
RPG, exploration, mechanics, enigmas.
Konami?
Yeah, from Konami. It even became a genre. Like, the name became a genre.
Did Konami make Final Fantasy?
No. That's Square Enix. I thought Rocker had pounded that into you.
I knew it was wrong, but I'm guessing. Okay. I'm fishing.
Like, if I say as a genre, Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Castlevania. That's a Konami IP. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a huge series of games that has spanned for 30 years.
I've heard of this Kickstarter.
Yeah. This Kickstarter brought in they asked for 2 million, they ended with over 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
And every bit of the promise that they made, they delivered on it. And each step of the release of the game, like, they were late of over a year on the release. And nobody bitched about it. Sorry for the word, sorry for YouTube demonetization.
It's fine.
Cut that word.
I'm fine.
Nobody went crazy about it, because at every step Every month they made a point. They were like, okay, this is what we're working on. This is what you're developing. Here are some new assets. Here's the new graphics we worked on. This is going to be a new environment. Here, we've made new weapons.
Communication.
But they were passionate about what they were making. Like the studio director,
Okay.
he just wrote to people. Like he actually wrote the letters himself and signed them himself. He was like, okay, I've talked to the people. This is what we worked on. This is what we've made. This is where we're at right now. This is where we're going to go. And every step of the way, they just explained more of the stuff they were doing. And the thing that was very enjoyable is that there were passionate people who were being used as a cash grab at Konami, as to just rehash the same Castlevania game over and over. They're like, that's not the direction we want to go with. So they all left together, built a studio together, made a Kickstarter, got millions, and made a beautiful game. Which is the spirit child of the whole Castlevania franchise. And like there is like the whole the original idyllic way of describing video game producing work, be it artist, designer, programmer, whatever, all of that job. The very idyllic way of presenting it isn't within studios that are funded by shareholders and stuff like that. Is within Kickstarters. That's my stance on that. And like you won't see that kind of idyllic, almost dreamlike creation process in a big studio.
Do you think that Kickstarters are like a way of the future with crowdfunding?
I do believe so. Yeah.
Okay. We've seen it work, especially for games that have smaller budgets. I mean, $5 million is pretty great for a game like that. But I'll be honest, you're not going to make Red Dead Redemption 3 with $5 million.
Yeah.
You're not even make Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3 with $5 million. Like there's a difference in scale there too, isn't there?
Definitely so. Although, like, I mean, Bloodstained when it released was like, it's pretty meaty in content,
I believe it, but it's a game whose scope is achievable with a more modest budget. Like you don't need to have 1,000 people working on that game. Like it's not a Call of Duty, it's not a World of Warcraft, it's not one of these kinds of games that these studios have gotten so big in order to be able to make.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And again, that can go back to like the whole the capitalist incentives in our culture about having to grow, always grow. I'm not competent to have that conversation. But
yeah, I mean, I get you, and you're on the right track with what you're saying. It's
okay.
It's not even a decision to keep growing. It's just like unstoppable greed that is leading to that. And this gives us a very nice parallel to get back to the Guild Wars 2 economy. Because there was another thing I wanted to say. I'm going to use something you mentioned earlier to get back to the topic.
Beautiful. You
mentioned the content drought between Heart of Thorn, between the Scarlet stuff and Heart of Thorn.
Yeah.
This content drought was the one time where we saw the biggest inflation in Guild Wars 2. That was a very interesting period. That was the period where you were playing. Right?
Yeah. When I was just getting started.
All right. Then let me ask you the first question. Back then, how much was a legendary? Let's say the Bifrost.
They were always outside of my range. I don't remember looking. I remember it being like
hard question then.
A couple thousand gold, maybe. Like I honestly never really looked.
All right. Let me just tell you that back then, the Bifrost as a weapon. I mean, I don't know if it's Bifrost or Bifrost. I'm going to use both. One of them.
I think it's Bifrost.
Okay. Well, but Bifrost. Let Bifrosts be Bifrosts. That was bad. I'm sorry. I'm bad at puns.
Forgiven.
It was over 3,000 gold. Okay. Today you can get one for 2.2, 2.3 through buy orders. Back then, the buy order was over 3,000 gold. The precursor itself was 1.5 thousand. For 1.5 thousand today, you get a cheap legendary.
Yeah, that's for 1.5 thousand,
you can easily make a legendary of your own, all costs included. You make that for 1.5k. the precursor, the matters, everything.
So what happened to cause that inflation?
Well, that was actually a very, very interesting case, is that we were talking about content. The lack of content to grind means that you start grinding for the content. People wanted legendaries, so they started grinding together. And as you grind, you've got gold to buy stuff. But you have no expenditure for that gold, apart from buying legendaries. Then at some point, everything is just going to become more expensive for that higher end stuff.
Because you're bringing more and more gold into the economy, because people are still playing the game. They're excited for Heart of Thorns, but they have nothing new to spend the money on. Only the same old gold sinks.
So they're going to be like, okay, I'm just going to keep grinding. I'm going to get all the legendaries. Or, okay, I'm going to get the one legendary I wanted to get. And it's just at that point, you're going to start grinding for that. You're going to grind gold and more gold. Also, back then, dungeons gave a lot of gold. A dungeon tour, 70 gold. Easily, without counting in the materials. Just raw gold. 17. Huge. It all led to the situation where everything was already inflated in prices because there was no reason to spend it on anything new. There was no new sync. There was no new thing to grind that was going to require materials that you were going to need to buy, exchange for other players, etc. You just needed to keep grinding to bring more gold into your wallet. With a huge pile of gold, buy the stuff you want. And that was a time where also bots thrived. Like it was a time where we had the most bots, farming bots.
Interesting.
Like you would, if you sat at the Heart of the Mists, the old Heart of the Mist, like the new one is ugly. I like the old one. If you sat there, I could assure you that within the first 15 minutes, you would get a whisper about wanting to buy gold at PvTP.com. And it actually became a meme in the community because they had a huge typo at the end of the message that would whisper or mail you. They wouldn't write "Have a nice day," but "Haste a nice day." That actually became a punchline at some point.
I remember seeing that message a few times.
Yeah, "Haste a nice day." That's an old Guild Wars 2 one.
Haste a nice day.
So yeah, this whole thing, this whole content drop led to so many things going wrong in the game, and not purely going wrong for like the studio from a content perspective. Like you had Bobby Stein tell you as someone behind the game, we can never do that again, right? And as a player, I can tell you this should never happen again, because it's just going to create a situation that's going to make the release of the expansion or of the next bit of content a disaster. At the start of Heart of Thorns, nobody knew what to do. You had people with literal bags of money attached to their waist who could just buy everything that was coming out. Like anything that was new, why grind it? Buy it. Just buy it. Just buy it. Just throwing gold here and there. And if you were taking up the game, if you were starting as a casual, if you were doing anything like that, you couldn't afford anything. And if you need to grind for what you want to get in a player economy, then you're lost. I don't know if you've ever looked at these like they were more popular back in the days, challenges on YouTube like, I'm going to make my legendary from scratch, or watch me gear my account from scratch without using the trading post, etc., or without sharing with or trading with other players. There used to be a trope for that, and it was most interesting because in yours too, you're going to hit a wall. You can't possibly farm everything on your own unless you're either a student with too much time, expensive time, or you're ready to bash your head at walls. And that created a situation where the release of Heart of Thorn felt like a disaster. We had maps that were too hard to play. Rocket explained that very well. The metas were hard.
Yeah.
They felt underwhelmingly rewarding. Like we had currencies, we didn't know what to get with them. We had materials that some had a utility, some had literally zero utility. I mean, like, really slivers?
Right. Yeah.
And at the start, the whole, you needed for a guild hall, like guild hall that released a little bit later as well, you needed to have all the slivers. Jesus, how were they called? Resonating slivers. That's it. That's the term. That's it. You needed to have all of that to build your guild hall, but when it released, they weren't guildable, so you had no use for it. What were you going to do? Just put them in your bank, sell them, toss them away? There was no clear direction of where we were going, because for so long we were left with, as an only goal, get wallet further or buy all legendaries.
Make gold.
And then everyone was
gold.
like, yeah. Then everyone was like, okay. I mean, if I'm going to sell a legendary, then I'm gonna upscale everything all the way. People who were farming gold had so much gold that the people who were farming to get rare weapons, to get materials, were like, I can just price them higher because people are going to buy them higher. Like the buy orders kept pushing up the price. It all kept the economy going upward and upward to a point where, when Hearthstone released, it felt wrong. Like I remember I had thousands of gold when HOT released, and I was like, I'm not going to buy anything, because then it's just going to drop in price. And if I buy something to make something, it's going to auto-devalue itself within a few days, because other people are going to get it. So it just felt like too much time had passed, and people weren't in the mindset to play an expansion anymore. Because they had already grinded everything that was available earlier. So there was a little bit of that, like on the matter of the content drought and how it affected the economy. And this can also take us to another tangent. Well, not a tangent, actually. We're going to stay in topic for that, but
it's a miracle.
Going to go to the other side of the economy. A miracle, you call it. Let me ask you a question. We're turning the thing around. I'm the one asking questions now.
Go for it.
The interviewer now. What would you say is the most important item in Guild Wars 2 when it comes to the economy?
Ecto.
And you're right. Congratulations.
I've watched your content.
What is that? Oh, jeez. You're cheating. I mean, that's, I'll take the beauty of the gesture. I'm cool with that, but why? Why would the
because it holds value in a stable fashion, as opposed to like egg sacks or where are some other popular things, mystic coins, which are so volatile by comparison.
Yeah, the reason why it holds value isn't because it's like supplied in a steady way or something or whatever. It's because it is centric in its acquisition and usages.
Salvaging rares.
Yes, rares which are given to you anytime you farm content at level 68 or better. And from that moment, you have a steady stream of Ectos, and they have a steady way out as well. They're used to craft inscriptions, insignias, gear, runes, sigils. They're used to craft everything you're going to use to play the actual game. So they have this very centric position, and you can see what's happening in the game economy by looking at how the Ecto trends. Back when we had the content drought, we had the Ecto gamble, and we had nothing to use our Ectos on. Ectoplasms were 55 silver.
Wow.
Today they're 20 silver.
That. Yeah.
Ectoplasms were huge. It was at the point where you would be happy getting more Ectos than gold at the Ecto gamble, because you'd make money. Like the Ectos were just
interesting.
Yeah, and like the whole Ecto gambling was actually designed with that price of Ecto in mind, which is why today it's horrible. Nobody touch it. It's bad. Back then, you make gold. Like Ecto gambling streams were a thing. You could go for hours.
I've seen them. Yeah, I remember watching them. So hang on, let me make sure I understand this. Ecto gambling becomes valuable when Ectos have an inflated price. But when the economy is in good shape, Ecto gambling becomes... Is it the Ecto gambling in general is worse, or is it just that you're hoping for the gold payout rather than the Ecto payout?
You're actually, when the Ecto is doing good, an Ecto payout isn't a loss, which makes it rather interesting, because then it like gambling, you're not always going to win. So it becomes a way to take money and Ectos out of the economy. And Ectos being the centric item, you're taking gold out of the economy. So it was a very good sync. Very good introduction as a sync. And syncs are something that I'm having a love and hate relationship with.
Okay.
Which takes us to another piece of content for this podcast. See how we're going there?
Like you planned it.
Syncs.
Let's go.
Sinks in Guild Wars 2 have been very important since the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a part of the game where you weren't playing, so it's one that I'm going to describe and hope that you
Please.
can like to take and understand.
Yeah.
Back when Guild Wars 2 released, obviously everything was overpriced because we could farm items, but we didn't have any way to get gold. Because the two ways of getting gold are you complete content that gives you a fixed gold reward, for instance, dungeons, for instance, completing events, or you have high gold fine, which means that every time you get coin from opening a bag, from slaying a mob, etc., then that gold value gets bigger. Gold fine being something you can always keep increasing. Like even today, you can keep increasing your gold fine by doing your like
it's
by
uncapped,
doing
right?
nuggets. Yeah, it's not capped. You can keep going. Like you get that coin, you just double click it every month, and you're like going to keep going up.
Yeah, it feels good.
So, yeah, I mean it's account progression, right? Always feels good to have account progression.
Yeah.
And so we had a situation at the very start of the game where items were overpriced. You couldn't buy them. You couldn't afford them. Everything was too overpriced. Like back then, there were stories of people, like it became a story on Reddit, and that's going to be a very good example. There was this one guy who got the game on day one. Within the first week, the only thing that he did was farming bats. Literal bat trash mobs. It's not even veteran mobs. It's not even champions. Bats.
Okay.
He killed bats. He got vials of blood. Vials of blood were needed to make gear, like to progress in the game. You needed them vials of blood to make power precision gear, you know, the one that allows you to do damage, the lesser berserker. So he needed the vials of blood. And so that man, he just sold all his vials of blood. He got one, he sold it. He did that. With his meager few gold, like from selling that, because people were desperately buying the vials of blood. With that gold, he bought gems. 40,000 of them. Because back then, you could get 2,000 gem. You could get 2,000 gem for 3-4 gold, man. At release, that's how easy it was. Like we talked about it in Guild MM's podcast the other day. Back at release, my best friend Max, whom I mentioned earlier, the one who got me into the game, right? He bought a 25 euro gem card. He got 2k gems for it, which translated into 5 gold 60.
Oh god, that's painful.
Because back then, it goes both ways, right? Like back then, we had so little gold in the economy that he couldn't exchange his gems for much gold. And trust me, 5 gold 60 was a lot. You could buy so many things with that. For 40 gold, well, 35 gold, you had Dusk.
Yeah, okay. Different world.
Yeah, different world, right?
That's
and so that man,
crazy.
he just gold he got by farming bats, his 40k gems. He came back to the game a little bit after Heart of Thorns, when gem prices were through the roof. Everybody had gold in their pockets.
Yeah.
So, of course, the gem price skyrocketed. And the dude just came back and he was like, so I got 40k gems. I can just change that back into almost 1 million gold. What do I do now? Okay, maybe not 1 million gold, but he could exchange it for hundreds of thousands, right? 40k gems is a lot.
So what's the return on that investment? That's crazy.
It's probably the biggest return on an investment in the whole Guild Wars 2 story. I'm pretty sure you can still find that Reddit topic archived somewhere, but that gives you an idea of things. So that's how the game started. And then at some point we got to the point where people had gold and no need for materials. That was late 2013. Okay. More or less. Late 2013, you know, we had fractals that were starting to be a thing. Like they were released I think late 2013, if I'm not mistaken. I can get corrected by either the chat, the YouTube comments, whatever. I mean, chat isn't too active, but maybe someone will step up just to correct me. The fractals meant that you needed ascended gear to put your agony resistance in, to be able to tackle the hardcore challenge further and further. And at that point, ArenaNet created the first major sync in the history of Guild Wars 2, at least to my understanding. I'm not saying I know everything, so I'm just going to go with that postulate. Okay. They added ascended crafting. Yes. To make ascended materials, you needed mithril. you needed the tier 5 leather, you needed all the tier 5 materials to make the tier 7 materials. Hey, Orichalcum ore wasn't needed.
Yeah.
Gossamer wasn't needed.
I always thought that was weird.
It was the tier 5 materials. Why? Because they were in a situation where they were so oversupplied that when I did a dungeon tour, when I salvaged my items in my inventory, because we had the Copperfed salvage-o-matic back then, so I salvaged the items in my inventory. You know what I did with the silver and the... I mean, not the silver, with the silk and the hard leather?
You merged them? Oh, man.
I merged them, yeah. Why? Because you couldn't even sell them on the trading.
There's too much. It's too much in the economy.
There was too much. There was like, you couldn't even list them on the trading price. There were millions at the bottom price. You know, the price under which you can't go.
Yeah.
That bottom.
Yeah.
There were millions there. So it was easier, faster, simpler, same cash to just vendor them. Some people even threw them away. They were like, I can't care for... Yeah, I can't care for like 3 silver, guys. I just tossed them away. Like, I'm not even going to try and go and find a vendor. And so they introduced such a huge sink that required so much on them. Like, you needed, I think it was 100 bolts of silk, so 300 base silk.
Yeah.
You needed like 400 base leather, etc. for one unit, of which you need 3 of to make one piece of ascended gear. It was crazy. And that created such a shift in the economy with this first major sink. Like, it fixed something that went wrong. In a situation that goes wrong, you can measure that by either there is too much gold in the economy, or it's to the point where people vendor stuff because it's simply not worth it. And lately we've seen this stance come back. ArenaNet has tried to fix some items that were oversupplied and underused.
Like
example,
what?
Coarse sand being used for the first Legion infusion. That's probably the best modern example of that. It's in a situation, we had millions on it on the trading post. Only used for coarse sand, you can make glass mugs for your guild hall. Dope, right? You can use it in a few Heart of Thorns collections. Mostly the spirit stuff for Nevermore. Dope stuff again, right? Or you could make the Eternal Sands Focus, which was such a money loss that it's even cheaper to buy it on the trading post. No joke. So at that point, they needed to introduce a new sink for it. And a sink that would revitalize the silver waste. And I think that the reason why we saw that is because they had in mind to change the spirit shards drops from champ bags, and champ bags you get a lot of in silver wastes. So they needed to like properly balance it up before nerfing it.
I see.
And that's good economy management. Something that we hadn't seen before Heart of Thorn and, let's say, creation of the rewards team in 2020. The rewards team is the team at ArenaNet that organizes event rewards, event planification, economy management, etc. It's a jack of all trade teams. They're dope. Big respect for them. Speaking about The Economist, that takes us to another point. Are you familiar with the name of John Smith?
Yeah, he was the old, he used to be the data scientist at ArenaNet.
Exactly. He was the OG economist. He wasn't only the data scientist. Like, he had a hand in a lot of data, and another person that had a hand in a lot of data was, his Twitter handle is Shazbot.
Chris Cleary?
Chris Cleary, yeah. Yeah, he also handled a lot of data. These two guys were the data dudes.
Okay.
And John Smith used that data to balance the economy, and he had some very interesting discussions before he got reined in on the Guild Wars forums. Like, you could find him posting on his ArenaNet account on the Guild Wars forums, answering economy questions from people. Like, people who nowadays are barons, like Anko, Wanze, all the big names. Even Dan. Like, they turn up, and Wanze Dan not as active anymore, but Anko very active. They asked him questions, and he answered. He was a guy who was very upfront about stuff. At some point, someone even asked him, how did you become an online economy master? He was like, I never studied any of that. Here's my resume, by the way. And he literally posted on the forum his resume.
Okay.
And it read John Smith on it, so no problem. Everyone already knew his name, no problem. But I think he like blanked the area in which he studied and lived. But it was like you could see his courses, you could see the type of jobs he had. That was
He was very out there, very engaged.
Yeah, that was super interesting because not only was it good communication, but it was also a way to have someone answer you and to realize that decisions were made from tangible data.
Right.
Which is something that we didn't have between the content draw and creation of the rewards team. Between these two, the syncs felt very, very poorly made.
So Heart of Thorns, Season 3, Path of Fire, Season 4, and then Icebrood Saga was 2019 into 2020. So the rewards team would have come in mid-Icebrood.
The rewards team came in, I think, Icebrood, yeah. Icebrood, okay. It was already being built. I think the job listings for what we identified to be the rewards team came in 2019. So we can assume the team was full running 2020.
Okay. And why the drop-off during the content drought of 2015?
I don't know. Like, John Smith at some point left ArenaNet. I'm not able to say the reason why. Not because I want to hide it, but because I'm not sure of it, and I don't like misleading people. So I'm not going to
speculate. He's not there anymore.
Yeah, sadly, because he was dope. I miss John. Everyone misses John. But you could really feel that there was no direction with the way things were going because. You could generate so much gold doing dungeons. You could exchange that gold for materials that people farm, like materials just went through the roof. Like tier 6 blood, 80 silver, 85 silver, sometimes even a gold per blood.
I remember that price.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Making my power ascended gear.
Yeah, right. Like it made no sense. You wanted to make a power infusion, you would literally have to murder your wallet.
Yeah.
But let's put that under the rug for now. But
okay,
you could really feel that the economy wasn't going in any specific direction. And like Heart of Thorn released, the economy made no sense. We got infusions. We got cosmetic infusions with that. Before that, we had the Halloween infusions, the winter infusions. Nothing too crazy, right? And they were so rare that people with a lot of money were like, just going to hog that.
Yeah, I got all this money, might as well use it.
Yeah, let's make them annotatable by anybody else. If I get 10 in my delivery box and I tell people I only got 2 and only put 2 up for sale for other people on third-party websites, then people will really think there are only 2 of them. That's going to keep the price at like 20,000. So just get them for 10.
When we say get 10, you mean buy them?
Yeah, put a buy order on the trading post.
Okay.
That's viable gold baking, by the way. Like that used to be. Right now, Infusion crashed a bit, but that used to be a thing. Like you just put the buy order for 10k gold. You wait for it to come. Might take 2 weeks. Might take a year. Wait for it to come. Sell it back for 20k. Mad profits. Not many investments can boast to be a plus 100% through a year.
And that's because the actual value of that item is above the trading post gold cap. But some people will just sell on the trading post because they don't know, or because they're just lazy. Because
they don't know, or because they're afraid of using a third-party player-to-player trading website.
Yeah, and is a trading website like that something that's within the terms of service?
Definitely.
Okay.
Like, I mean, as a matter of fact, for Guild Wars 2 Exchange, which was the first, let's say, organized trading place that was made. Right now, it's a little bit overshadowed by the Guild Wars 2 TP community. But Guild Wars 2 Exchange was the very first thing that came out. It was very, very shortly after Heart of Thorns, actually, that it started being a thing, and it became bigger with Path of Fire, of course.
Okay. And is the main reason this economy exists because of the trading post cap, or are there other reasons?
Because of the trading post caps, and because also we hate taxes. Taxes sucks.
Oh, the 15% off the top for every transaction.
Which used to be different. That's going to be an opportunity for me to reveal some funny information to you that maybe your viewers will enjoy.
Okay.
But first, on the topic at hand, this community, actually, we were directly in line with the head of customer support at the time. lead GM Dorn Singer.
Oh yeah, okay.
Pretty big name in the lead GM. Like
Yeah.
I think that's she validated what we wanted as guidelines for Guild Wars 2 Exchange. We're like, we want this to be a community where trades can happen that are fine with ArenaNet. So it was like items for items or items for gold. No
in-game.
Items for money, no items for stuff from other games, just within Guild Wars 2, within what you can do in the game.
Gems?
We decided not to allow it.
Yeah, a little fuzzy. Makes sense.
Yeah, like because it can go very wrong. Because then at that point you're basically opening RMT-ish doors.
Yes,
Not
RMT Jason. Makes sense. Okay,
go okay. I mean, like if someone RMTs gold to buy items to exchange for another items, then that's also super hard to track. And we're like, if it happens, customer support will take care of that. For anything else, we try and have very good control.
Yeah.
There was a reputation system, etc. A lot of work went into it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know about this.
Like, Guild Wars 2 Exchange was a very great project when it started, and I'm super happy to have been part of it from almost day one.
How neat. Okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, it was, like, back in the days, like, okay, let's just talk about Guild Wars 2 Exchange for a bit, but you need, like, to think about the fact that if you want to install player-to-player trading, there is no, like, trade validation window between players. Everything is done by mail. You send one, you receive one. It's not timed at the same. Like, there are some online games where you have a player trading window. You put your items on top, they put the item on the bottom, and it is the validation from both ends.
And you both agree.
Exactly. In Gears 2, you send, you receive. Maybe. So there needed to be a proper way to handle the exchanges, and that was the middlemanning system. It was to say one of the mods of Guild Wars 2 Exchange will be online at the time at which you will want to do your exchange to handle it with you. Like, the idea was they're going to mail us.
A staff for this.
I mean, there is still a staff to this day. There are still demands that we get by mail. I still get DMs on Discord of people who are like, I made a post on Guild Wars 2 Exchange and I have a buyer. Can you middleman? The idea was that we took 4 people that had great reputation in the game. One was the founder of the Guild Wars 2 Economy subreddit, Wanze, also a very big poster on the Guild Wars 2 forums about the economy. Because originally, talks, like the Guild Wars 2 forum used to be less moderated back in the days. So a lot of stuff that you find nowadays on Reddit used to be there. Like all the talks about fractals, dungeons that were a bit elitist, toxic, etc. That happened on the Guild Wars 2 forums. It was not too heavily moderated, and actually, people like Gail Gray were very happy to take part in these conversations.
Yeah.
They were interacting with us on the forum, like, oh, okay, like, what you're doing is fun, or your dungeon stream was nice, whatever. It happened. There was a little bit of an economy subsection where people talked about. Wanze was very known there. Enko was also very known there. Known for being one of the rich people, spreadsheet maker, big brain, doing a lot of stuff. Dan was the same. Out of all of us, I was the only one with an actual YouTube channel, with an actual content creation place.
I get it.
And that's why I was invited into it. Like, they were all known in the game for what they were doing, and I was known for what I was doing on YouTube. And so
you put a pretty face on it.
I mean, that team of 4 was like the original team to manage stuff.
Okay.
Wanze and I were on the EU time zone, whereas Anchor and Dan are on each side of the States. So they could cover the rest of the time zone. There was always one of us ready to handle something. And that was great. Like, it created a system in where people could do player-to-player trading, which before that did happen, but without a middleman. And there were so many instances of people sending a legendary, never receiving gold, etc. And ArenaNet tried to crack down on that by doing the 500 gold cap. That wasn't always the case. At some point, you could send any amount you wanted by mail.
Right.
Yeah, any amount you wanted. Like, you could send like I remember selling legendaries for, like, let's say 2.5k gold and getting these 2.5k gold directly in one mail. And I could retrieve all of that in one mail. Crazy, right? So that was the thing.
Okay.
And which is also going to take me to the other thing I wanted to say, which was a very funny bug on the trading post at some point, which was most welcome when we couldn't send big mails anymore with more than 500 gold and retrieve them. And that bug was that if you sold to buy order, like, I mean, okay, how to say that? If you sold at the lowest possible price, like example, selling Eternity for 1 silver, 9 copper.
Mm-hmm.
If you sold at the most bottomish price, you would only pay taxes on that amount that you wrote, but your item would still sell to the highest by order.
Oh, interesting.
So imagine you want to sell your Eternity. By order is at 3.5 thousand.
Mm-hmm.
The sell order is at 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
You can list at 4,000. You're not sure it's going to sell, and you're going to pay 600 gold in taxes. 15%, 4,000, 600 gold in taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could, sell it at 1 silver, 9 copper, or whatever amount of silver that was. You could list it at that price. You would write in the listing that price. It would sell to the buy order at 3.5k, and you would pay 15% taxes on 1 silver.
Okay, so you would save yourself almost 600 gold. Yeah.
You'd save yourself 100 because you did sell it for less. You'd make an extra 100 gold, and you were sure it would sell since you sold it to a buy order instead of listing it and maybe getting undercut.
Huh.
That was a bug that wasn't that widespread because whoever knew it wanted to.
Yeah, I never heard about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, nowadays it doesn't exist anymore, so it's fine to talk about it.
Interesting. So that was a way to dodge the
taxes, yeah.
The gold sink, which is what it is, right? It's a gold sink on transactions.
Taxes are the biggest, they're the biggest gold sink in the game. A most esteemed colleague of mine, Silver, the guy who works on his own API, Silver S.
I saw your interview with Silver.
Yeah, actually, that was the very first time I interviewed someone on my channel.
It was a really cool conversation.
He has so much to teach people, and he's such a genuine person. He doesn't try to lie about an achievement or something that he has done. So his experience is valuable to anyone. He's the kind of person that it feels great to talk with.
Yeah.
So I really like that. And at some point he made something around the release of Path of Fire, and he was first week or first month of Path of Fire, I think that was it. Here is the amount of gold that moved in the economy and the amount that was paid in taxes. And I think taxes were numbered in millions of gold.
Huh.
Imagine 15% of each transaction for each gold spent on the trading post, one way or the other, 15%.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that unless you have a service like the exchange, there's no other option.
Exactly.
And
before you could send via mail, but then 500 gold.
But
cap.
then it's a risk. You have to do it with someone you trust, Yeah. Which, if you're just selling materials, you aren't going to know people, and you still have to go to the trouble of finding a buyer, which is a big hassle when you just pay the trading post to do it.
Yeah, and actually back then there were a lot of war versus people buying legendaries and going through their guild members, their guild mates, even the chiefs of the guild to do that. I had as customers for gold making.
Yeah,
I had these war versus war players. I would be like, okay, you do a word exploration. I'll bring in the rest of the gold. We'll make a legendary together, and at the end, you send me the legendary, and I'll pay you for your efforts. That was the concept of gift of mastery selling that still exists to this day. Existed very strongly until the Spirit Chart update. Little dying right now, but that was a huge thing in the economy, and one of the I think that was probably one of the most deciding things in the economy. That the gift of mastery selling, because it made people crazy rich. Guild MM, for instance, has millions of gold, made almost solely on that, because he managed a network of gift of mastery selling.
I want to talk to you about that, but before I ask you about that, I just remembered I had one transaction where I skipped a trading post, one time ever that I can remember, which is I got a precursor that I didn't want because I wasn't going to make the legendary because I never had a lot of gold. I didn't really care about the economy part of the game. I think it was what's the precursor for Tooth of Frostfang, the one-handed axe from the Gen 1? I can't think of what it's called.
I mean, Frostfang is the legendary, and Tooth of Frostfang is the precursor.
Oh, okay, so Tooth is a precursor. So yeah,
So you got it correct, man. First try.
I found via trade chat. I think I found a buyer for it, and they just mailed me the gold that I asked, and I was like, this is an interesting situation to be in. I have the gold and I have the axe. What should I do? And I sent the axe, of course, but
Yeah,
it was an example of what you're talking about.
yeah. The whole reason why we have middlemen is to have very trusted individuals. Like there are individuals where if it's known that we scammed someone, it would ruin us because we cultivate a quality image of someone trustworthy.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, you're out of the game.
Another aspect of that too that is interesting is that like ArenaNet would make the choice to not have a trading interface that would allow for the establishment of an agreement. I've read that, I think I've heard it suggested either for this game or other games, that sometimes the choice to allow player trading is based on how big of a GM staff you want. Because a ton, and also if you look at World of Warcraft, which is a game that went from having shared loot that you decided on to a game where everyone got individual loot, similar to Guild Wars 2. Basically, anytime you leave matters of loot acquisition up to players to decide among themselves, it creates disputes, and disputes create support costs. So in a way, the exchange is kind of like a defrayment of that cost by ArenaNet, which is kind of an interesting notion. I wonder if you've given that any thought.
I mean, I completely agree with what you're saying right there, because if you like the amount of tickets that were generated from people, just having issues with trading within the realm of Guild Wars 2 Exchange, like you can't even imagine what would happen outside of it. It's just crazy. Like we managed to handle a lot of stuff, and whenever someone was not using a middleman and was getting scammed, they would mail us the name of the scammer. We add them to the scam list, and they would ask ArenaNet, like the customer service, for some help. So imagine if you had player-to-player transaction, like it would skyrocket. Maybe like half of the mails we got were middleman requests, and another half was I didn't ask for a middleman and I got scammed. To which we would say, like, tough luck, buddy. I mean, we kind of made a system so that won't happen. But yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. You were just about to launch into an explanation of the Guild of Mastery scheme, which I desperately want to understand. But before I do that, it's been another like 90 minutes or so, and I need another little break. You want to take another like 3-minute break and come back to it?
Sure, we can do that. No problem.
Okay.
It's just, I'm probably not gonna last for another like 2 hours.
I understand. You know what? When we get back, let's figure out what else we want to talk about, and we'll finish this thing up.
Sure.
Cool. All right. Be right back, folks. We're returned. I'm Deeg, talking with Sam Ajesté. Guild Wars 2 economy, going deep, seriously deep, so deep, I'm about to get buried. I promised before the break that we were going to talk about the Gift of Mastery scheme employed successfully by Guild MM and laid out in some other content, but I still don't really get it, and I'd like to. Maybe you can help me understand it, Sam. The Gift of Mastery is a component of legendary weapon creation, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's for all Gen 1. Is it Gen 2 legendaries as well?
It is only Gen 1.
Only Gen 1. Okay, so
Gen 2 it got replaced by the Gift of Magium Mastery, which is tied to the maps from Heart of Thorn. And in Path of Fire, you can get an ersatz of it that allows you to make the Gen 2 legendaries, because some of them were released post Heart of Thorns. Right. Even though they were an HT promise. Kind of weird, bad content pacing. Wink at what we were talking about earlier.
One more of those moments. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what is it that
makes the Gift of Desert Mastery?
Makes sense. I think I remember that when I was looking over it. I only ever crafted the one legendary myself. It was Sunrise I made. Actually, at the time when I was starting Guild Wars, I got into it because my wife was interested. I'm like, oh, I'm going to play a video game with my wife. Holy shit. I never thought that was going to happen. And we both made Sunrise together when the collection system came out after Heart of Thorns.
Okay.
It was really fun. I was on my warrior. She was on her guardian. It was a really cool moment.
I think Sunrise was also my first legendary.
It's such an iconic
So
piece of art. It's so beautiful. Like I always try to skin away from it when I'm playing Greatsword on my warrior because like I like some variety. I always come back to it within a few days. I'm like, come on, how could you not?
Yeah, like, it's the same for me. I can't move away from my Sunrise. It's it's my Sunrise. I still play with it to this day. It's the Greatsword I use on my ranger, my main character.
Nice.
But yeah, so on the issue of the Gift of Mastery, which is not really an issue, nor would I really call it a scheme. It's a system.
Okay.
It's a system. Like earlier, we're sort of going on a tangent, but actually being very on topic by talking about what people farmed. Like you can farm a map, you can farm dungeons, you can farm materials, you can farm for something else.
Yeah.
You can farm in real life, flipping burgers, if it's better gold for you per hour by converting gems.
Because of the gold standard.
Exactly. So that's where it goes. Where things become very interesting is there are some farms that don't give you a definite item that you're going to sell, but that give you progression that is tied to an account, which is necessary towards making a higher value item. For instance, farming spirit shards gives you spirit shards that you can then use for conversions and make profit on. You were mentioning earlier that you made spreadsheets about Mystic Forging, so you're probably aware of that.
Yes.
Back in our days, we had the Egg Baron spreadsheet, which still works to this day, I believe, although it's a bit broken. And at some point, people realized that this kind of account progression could be purchased from other people by just sending them everything they needed to craft the final product and then retrieving the final product, providing compensation, naturally.
Because the legendaries from Gen 1 are bind on equip. So you send over all the materials to make a Gen 1 legendary. Yeah. The seller produces the Gift of Mastery, puts it all into the pot and makes it, and then sells it back to... Okay.
So it just mails it back to you, and you send them money for the Gift of Mastery that you purchased. The going rate lately was 500 gold for a Gift of Mastery.
And what you're buying with the Gift of Mastery is to not have to do a new round of map exploration of the entire core Tyria, which is a lot of work.
Yeah, so as a legendary trader, that allows you to produce legendary at an extremely fast pace. You can make multiple legendaries in a day. And if on each legendary, you're going to make a profit of, let's say, 800 gold compared to the price of materials plus, like when you use the
high margin.
Like, imagine, materials to make the legendary. Let's take an actual case at hand.
Okay.
With prices that are maybe not that correct, but you make a dusk that you're going to sell for 2.5k. Like you make, a Twilight that you're going to sell for 2.5k. Back in the days when Gift of Mastery selling started to be a thing, you'd buy the GOM for 500 gold. You'd buy the Precursor for 1,000. That's already 1.5k gold on the side. Then you have the Gift of Might, Gift of Magic, etc. that goes with it. Usually you'd have the person make like the Mystic Clovers. You'd send them also some gold for that. So let's say there is another few hundred gold on that.
Okay.
And then you sell the legendary, so you get your 2.5k gold, because that's after taxes, 2.5k. So you get the 2.5k gold, and you maybe spent 2.1k, 2.2k total. You made 300 gold. Imagine making that multiple times a day across multiple legendaries, because once again, people were farming some gold and buying legendaries with gold.
Yeah.
Because some people don't want to do the exploration, and they don't want to buy the exploration from someone else. So you find yourself at the middle of the whole matter, where you can sell a legendary to someone who doesn't want to grind for it.
Yeah.
And you can also buy the grindy part from someone who doesn't have gold to make the legendary himself. He can't buy the materials nor the precursors. And he maybe doesn't want to have to farm for actual gold to get to that point. So you're just going to give him gold for what he's fine farming. And it was especially a hit with War vs. Sword players because at some point for Gift of Mastery, you needed War vs. Sword exploration.
Right.
And that made it so that only people who were, dabbing a little bit into War vs. World would really be able to produce Gifts of Mastery in a timely manner.
So, yeah, there are a few people who had those gifts.
Because War vs. Sword people were always poor. I mean, it's a meme, it's a reality.
Yeah,
and like they were such a good target for them because they hated doing PvE and farming. So you would just tell them, okay, do map exploration. Just go around the map. That's all you need to do. Then you play your War vs. Sword part for the Gift of Battle and the War vs. Sword exploration. And since you're a War vs. Sword player, you do that easy. And you were like, I'll give you 500 gold for your troubles. And so you get everything. You sell the legendary. They made 500 gold for their efforts. They're happy. You made a few hundred gold for literally no effort. You're happy. The only thing you do, and that's the only reason why there is profit in this operation, is because you take the entirety of the risk of it not selling upon yourself.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, makes sense. And also facilitating and finding buyers. Like, there's labor in that.
There is a bit of labor in that, but like sincerely, you could make legendaries through that model and list them on the trading post, and they would sell within the day or the next few days. I used to take part in that. I sold maybe 50 to 100 legendaries through that kind of system myself by finding people. Like, I mean, as a streamer back then, I had a lot of offers. I had people in the chat saying, "Yo, would you buy a Gift of Mastery for 500 gold?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, man, just DM me. We're gonna find a way."
Yeah, it's like too good to pass up. So let me think about this for a second.
Profit, they make gold profit. That's right.
Yeah. Let me think about this for 1 second.
Sure.
I'm trying to think about what the incentives look like here, because as a person who's making gold from this, I understand the incentive is quite clear. It's a novel way to leverage an item who is, I think, probably the cost is relatively low compared to the appetite to the supply of people who are producing the gifts. I don't think there are a lot of people who like. I think most players would like to have multiple legendaries, but most players would not like to have multiple map completions. I'm sure there's some exceptions to that, but that seems to be what I've seen.
Just one reminder, I'm going to interrupt you very shortly. You get
Go ahead.
2 gifts of exploration per map exploration.
Okay, so you can make 2 legendaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Or sell 2 gifts if you...
That part, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. And because the Gen 1 legendaries are buy not equip, unlike which the Gen 2s were not, you can leverage the account locked parts of the progression. And what that does, I need to think about this some more probably. Maybe we should talk about it for another minute. Okay.
Because or I can sum it up very simply for you once more, if you.
Yeah, you've done the mental labor on this, so help me understand what kind of effect this has altogether.
Right. So, as a player, either starting out in Guild Wars 2 or being a little bit more of a veteran in Guild Wars 2, you will at some point have explored part of the maps. You maybe be at 40%, 50%. You've maybe gone around for the story, etc.
Yeah,
you've already done part of the job.
I have a few characters that, as alts. I bumped straight to 80, and they have 60% map completion just from doing random stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And so there is that as the first step, and then you're gonna at some point need some gold to do some projects. And if you don't like farming, or you don't like doing dungeons, or you're maybe just bad at doing
everyone
that,
needs gold,
casual, hardcore, etc., you're gonna want to get some gold. And then it's about selling your labor for something. And so if you think about it from the seller, like the GOM seller perspective, he's like, okay, I'm going to spend 15 hours something on this, but I'll do my map exploration. I'll get 2 gifts for it. Then I'm going to spend maybe 5 hours in World of Sword to get 2 gifts of battle and the exploration over there. So after 20 hours of work, you have a good amount of spirit shards, 2 explorations, 2 Warriors to Short Gate of Battles. So that means you're able to sell 2 GOMs. You've worked 20 hours, and you can make 1,000 gold. That's better than any farm in the game. You're not going to farm 50 gold an hour.
Yeah.
And you can do that while chilling. Like, there were some routes for easy world exploration. Yeah, you could watch Netflix, whatever you wanted, and do your world exploration. Even when I was in Snow Crows, I had guildies who would sell the gift of exploration to me. They were like, yeah, I'm just going to spend the next few evenings chilling with the series in the background, just moving my character, doing world exploration. You buy it? I'd be like, yeah, sure. I'll buy them from you. Because after all, in 20 hours, you made 1,000 gold. And usually a lot of people who did that, they would do it a few times. They would be like, okay, I'm going to sell maybe like 3 explorations, so a total of 6 gifts, make 3k gold. Then I'm going to do another exploration, and on that one, I'm going to make myself 2 legendaries, because I'll have the gold for it now.
Yeah. And there's also like an economy of effort, because what you had to do to produce that wealth is pretty relaxed, as you said, compared to even farming silver waste, which for many people can do in their sleep, or like a fractal farm, which is much higher effort.
Fractal farm is high effort. Yeah, dungeon tours were very high effort as well.
Yeah,
to make them efficient. Like you can do them. I mean, the reward is once a day, right? So you can do them. But if you want to do them fast and do them all, get more reward for the same time frame, then you'd be good.
If you aren't doing it fast, or if you're wiping and stuff like that, then it's less efficient than just doing something simpler, right? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And
that's the whole UN system in a nutshell. Just you buy someone else's labor, and you, as the buyer of the GOM, get to make a margin because you take on the entirety of the risk of selling the legendary.
Okay. Do you think that the reason that Gen 2 legendaries were not buy not equip were because of this kind of phenomenon, or do you think it was just unrelated?
I think it was partly because of that, and there was also another hand in the matter, which was the fact that they wanted to make Gen 2 legendaries feel like a journey with a goal at the end. Like, they introduced the precursor collections for Gen 1 at the same time, and I think the precursors you get from the Gen 1 collections are bound.
Yeah.
They wanted to like rebuild a connection between the players and the lore, the players and the game, and make it not so that you'd grind to get stuff, sell, but instead like play meaningful story, get meaningful reward. Like, do meaningful events, get meaningful rewards.
Yeah, it's trying to unboil down, because like if everything's a gold standard, you boil everything down to the simplest thing. And the meme is everyone just runs silver waste, right? Like, you don't actually do whatever you want. You do the simplest, most efficient thing. And it's almost like a false sense of freedom to have that kind of a general standard, unless you're someone who's actually not at all driven by that and just buy stuff when they feel like it. Like, I guess that's me, because I never really played for those kinds of goals. I forgot the point I was going to make.
I mean, like on the matter of the gold standard, it's like whatever item you're going to want in the game, besides infusions, besides items that are like uncorrelated to anything else, whatever you're going to buy in the game is going to be correlated to materials, ectos, something. So at that point, you can determine, based on the value of an ecto and on, in a nutshell, how many ectos you're acquiring in a time frame of farming a specific place, you can determine how worth it is to farm this place instead of another. And in Guild 2, you can see that the rewards team, that team again, has done a very good job, because the gold you get in the different areas of the game is more or less close, maybe bar a few gold per hour.
Okay.
Which means that you get the opportunity to farm whatever you want, and if you're good at something, then you can just maybe do that one better, and then it's not a farm, it's just something you're good at. For instance, you could farm silver waste, but if you're very good at the dungeon tour and had only 2-3 hours in a day, you'd be better off doing the dungeon tour. There's more gold per hour.
Okay.
If you're a little bit more chill, just do silver waste. You'll get almost as good gold, etc. That's just the way the game is meant. And if your kick is to numb yourself out in world exploration, then you can make the best gold. Because you're actually going to do something which is way harder, but can also be way more optimized. By finding the exact route, by already having some items in your inventory that you will trade at the vendor to complete the heart faster, etc. Like, there is so much planning that went into speed running word completion. There were some people that were trying to shave off minutes off of a 12-hour record. And if you really think about it, like 12 hours in a world where you don't need to do word versus word exploration anymore, 15 hours total for 1,000 gold? Come on, man.
Yeah.
What a good world we live in. You imagine you just play 2 hours a day, and every week you pop 1,000 gold? Even better than what would promise you. What being an old dungeon guild that said, join us and you'll get 1,000 gold a month from our dungeon tours. Quite a funny bunch. Or was it 100 gold a week? 100 gold a week, man. Yeah. I mean, 1,000 gold a week, more like. But yeah, there were there was a lot of stuff like that. Just gold was always the driving factor because everything can be boiled down to gold or whatever else. And it was a matter of how well or how fast you could acquire it.
I guess what I'm struck by is how few people actually play the game that way. My impression is that most people, I have this funny metaphor floating around in my head, and I'm not sure if it's accurate. Tell me what you think. You're painting a picture that to me sounds like what the gift, that it's kind of like an all parties prosper kind of situation. The seller has a profitable transaction. I mean, the seller gets to make money on something that they probably have and weren't going to sell anyway. And the buyer gets to make money on taking on the risk of facilitating the transaction. My perception as a layperson who's never really engaged with the economy is that I've always kind of felt like it's like a second layer of PvP layered on top of the game. And it's the people like yourself who build the spreadsheets and put in the effort who get really good at the economy PvP. Almost like benefiting from the people like me who don't want to put in the effort on the economy. And we'd rather lose money in order to get something else we value. Like for me, for example, I'd rather spend my time in the game doing things like focusing on social interactions and stuff like that, or focusing on group content and not worrying too much about the outcomes or optimizations.
And you're 100% correct about that. I'm just gonna actually tell you that right now. You don't even need to go any further in your thinking. You're correct.
Okay.
We used to you call it a layer of PvP. The exact coined term for it is PvTP, player versus trading post. It's actually a thing. Yeah, it's actually a thing.
I've been losing at PvTP all this time and I didn't even realize it until today.
It's a thing, and the way we call it, like you know how the most basic action of flipping is buy low, sell high. Yeah, if you're the person who sells to my buy order, and tomorrow you realize you need that item and you buy it from the sell order, then I beat you twice at PvTP because I got it for cheap from you, and I'm selling it to you for way more.
Right,
I won twice.
If you use the trading post as a convenience, to hold stuff, and not only that, but you're also paying the gold sync tax on top of that for each transaction. Well, no, it's only for the seller.
The first tax. Yeah, you're paying the first tax
once.
and I'm paying the second one.
Yeah.
But obviously I'm making profit on it and you're losing money twice.
But what am I gaining is the question.
What you're gaining? Okay, on day one, you maybe wanted the gold to buy something else, or just wanted the gold to get your gold count up because you feel good about having more gold in your wallet.
I'm getting immediacy right now.
Yeah, whatever you got from your farming, or from your playing, or from your hanging around with people, dwindling around in maps, you sold it. You got the gold. You got the instant gratification. you feel like you have more gold and you feel better about it. Or
Convenience.
you sold it to buy something. Like you were like, oh, maybe I can buy that new Black Lion skin that just
Yeah.
came out.
Yeah.
Let me just sell the vials of blood I made while farming my tier 6 bags in ore. I'm just going to
I've
sell
literally
that,
done that.
get the new skin, and then you know what happened right there. So day one, you sold me your vials of blood. Okay, I sold them. I sold them back. You know, I got much more gold from flipping them. I still have some left over. With that gold, I put a buy order on the skin, which I got on buy order. I'm listing it back on the sell order. The day after, or the same day, you buy that skin. So you already gave me money twice. Like you gave me money when you sold for cheap. You gave me money when you bought my skin for more.
Mhm.
And then the day after, you're like, ah, shit, I have this new character. I need to gear and berserker gear. Ah, damn, I sold my vials of powerful blood yesterday. Let me just buy 5 of them real quick to make the inscription.
Yeah.
And then you buy them back again from me. I won you
Yeah.
3 times. How are you feeling now? I PvTP'd you.
Let me think about this.
Did you see where I'm going, right?
I'm feeling like I've paid money to buy convenience.
Exactly. You wanted something
And
immediately.
you have paid convenience to get money.
Yeah, I made more clicks on the trading post than you. I spent more time checking my buy orders, relisting stuff, buying, selling, etc.
Yeah.
than you did. You had very little clicks, and you had immediate results to your actions.
Mm-hmm.
While I decided to play the longer game, I waited to get something on cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I waited for it to sell on high. I clicked throughout all of that. But at the end of the day, I have more gold.
Mm-hmm. And you also did all the work you needed to do up till that point to understand what a good price is, to even understand what those prices should be, and to even engage in that deal in the first place.
That is true.
Yeah.
Like this is a part that takes a lot of effort, and this takes us back to my introduction where I said there was this point in business school. You know, I was a wee young boy. That was my 3rd year of higher education.
Uh-huh.
I was 19 at the time. Yeah, something like that. No, maybe a bit more. I was maybe 20, not more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was in 2013. I was 19. 3rd year of higher ed. I was just 19. So, well, as I started it, so I had that finance class where we learned all these concepts, like it was in terms of handling bonds and stocks, of course, because finance oblige, you know. And I was like, okay, so opening day at the market, guy buys low. Price can go up and down at each second. You know, it has a chance of going up or down. Like we would calculate probabilities and that and everything, which is how I managed to fuck up. Like that one anecdote from the start, because I was too focused on the mathematical model instead of being focused on the underlying economy. Mm-hmm. Which is the whole difference between a bot doing investments and Warren Buffett doing investments.
Interesting.
It's a very interesting take on it.
It's able to pull in the cross-disciplinary insights, not just do the math.
Yeah, like so. Because Warren Buffett always research what he's going to buy, whereas other companies are just going to be like, okay, risen X% last X days, we going in.
Right.
Because it's on the board.
Okay.
Etc. Like, okay, so that all that knowledge in yours too. I mean, I didn't feel like I worked to get my knowledge. I didn't feel like I had to put effort to get the knowledge, because I realized as I had the classes that I liked this, and Girosu felt like the perfect sandbox in which to put it to test.
And that was a great, like, it was kind of serendipitous that you would be involved in a game with a player-run economy like this. At the same time, you were learning that you like this stuff.
Yeah, like it was all were very much welcome, and to this day, I would still say that Guild Wars 2 might not have gotten me my first job, but it definitely got me to where I am.
Uh-huh.
Not because of like content creation or whatever, but just because I wanted to learn about corporate finance, making spreadsheets, building some Excel skills, and that was the perfect place to start it all up.
Excel, baby. Love it. That is awesome, dude. And Actually, now that we've gone through this explanation, I feel a little bit more peace about my bad transactions in Guild Wars of the past, because I really did get something out of it. It just was something different. Um, and maybe for me at that time, that was the right value assumption to make, because I'm not just making decisions about my account. There are all kinds of decisions about how much time am I playing, how do I want to use that time, what other games am I playing, that kind of stuff. And for you, you were bringing things from outside too, which is that you actually love this shit. You actually, the process itself is rewarding. I can imagine you actually doing this without making any Guild Wars profit, just as a fun thought experiment.
That was definitely part of that. Like I even did some stuff that I knew was going to be a financial loss just because I wanted to see will it work or not.
You wanted
Is
to
that a
test your
bad
model.
concept? No. Exactly. I wanted to know if that would actually work out in the end. I did some very dumb buyouts because I was like, okay, there is no way this is going to work, but I need to confirm that it is going to fail miserably
uh,
just to validate everything I've thought up until this point. And
that's
that is
brilliant.
that is quite fun. And I think that a lot of people who nowadays are like on the trading post side of the economy, because of course there is people who made all of their fortune on player-to-player trading, like Gildemem. People more like Enker, Dandays, etc., who make their gold mostly via the trading post. Still, all these people, they've gained from using Guild Wars 2 as a medium to learn.
Mm.
You learn to make spreadsheets. You test whether or not your formula is working by having tangible information that validates or invalidates it. You work in a direction, and you're going to not only develop real life skills, you're going to develop some gold in the game that you can then use to do stuff that is more fun. Like you can give it away to people, you can buy the stuff that is shiny, you can do so much thing with it.
Yeah.
Like it's all just a virtuous cycle for yourself. You're going to improve yourself and have fun.
Yeah.
And that's really how I would describe my Guild Wars 2 experience. I improved and I had fun.
Yeah. There's this Ayurvedic Eastern medicine principle that I have a lay understanding of, but I think that kind of applies here. It's called Dharma. And it's basically, if you, I don't know if you know, but I'll explain for everyone else, even if you do. And if you do know, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. The idea of Dharma is it's the thing that you're called to do, and by passing through it, you improve yourself and you also improve the world around you. It's a calling usually to something that's outside of yourself, but if you pass through that calling, you will improve as a result and get something that's meaningful. And like when I see you talk about finance and spreadsheets and trading post flips and gifts of exploration and sharing it with the world, doing this podcast, all the other content you've done, seeing you on the Barons podcast, that's what I see. I see you and working on the exchange, and I'm sure a number of other things that I don't even know about yet. I see someone who's realizing something important about themselves by doing something for this community in a way. And I just think that's badass, dude.
I mean, like I really appreciate your words because they're very kind. That feels very nice to hear. And also, that's definitely what Dharma is in the understanding that I have of it as well. It's also something that I take to heart a lot. Like we started this podcast with me saying that there was stuff that I made because I like it, and stuff that I made because I wanted it to be that way because that's the way it feels in the guiding line that I have determined for myself and for what I want to do. And you know, some of my stances on content making around economy, it's gotten me to be sometimes a little bit on the heated side with some people. Like there is some stuff I would blatantly refuse to do. There is some stuff that I will call out others for doing as well, because there is, like, to me, whenever you're gonna pretend or say that you're gonna teach someone, it has to be genuine. Like, you don't stand to gain anything from teaching that person. And I think that's a small tangent right there. The beauty that there is behind teaching compared to an exchange of goods. If tomorrow I sell you an apple like my dear friend Tybalt would, I'll have one less apple and you'll have one less amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
But if tomorrow I decide to teach my very good friend Deeg Thoughts how to sell an apple, I know how to sell an apple. And now you know how to sell an apple. So there is one more person who knows how to sell an apple.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't one less somewhere else to balance it. Which is why whenever you're going to be trying to teach people something, whenever you're going to be making educative content or being in an educative field, you shouldn't be pursuing some form of gain. Because what you're doing is bringing something to people,
Mm-hmm.
which is an act of creation. Teaching is an act of creation.
Uh-huh.
At least in the way that I understand it. Both of my parents are teachers, by the way, so
Mm-hmm.
that helps out. That helps out a bit with the conception I have of things, but so that's really how it is, and this is why there are some stances on the economy, be it of people close to me or further away from me, that I have disagreed with.
Mhm.
Like in some content, I have criticized some of the stuff that TP does, because they will have a tendency to want to keep some people as producers, keep people as a middle class, and keep some people as the higher end maintaining the market. So you have people who are going to make gifts of masteries. You're going to have people who are going to buy these gifts of masteries and take on the risks of selling on the trading post. You're going to have people who are going to get paid in legendaries, exchange that for extremely expensive infusions or stuff like this, who are going to profit the most.
And if you can control who does what, if you control the flow of information, you can make money in the information gap.
Not necessarily on the information gap, because information is available anywhere to anyone. If they wish to have the information, they will find it. Be it on my channel, be it on someone else's channel. If you want to know how it works, you'll find it. I mean, I found it originally when back in 2014, when I was curious about the economy. I read forums. I read the Guild Wars 2 ones. I read a lot of other ones. I read websites like Guild Wars 2 Guru.
Mm-hmm.
I went to all the websites that had TP or Baron in their names. The only thing I didn't do was paying for like private info, stuff like that, because that felt very wrong to me. And that's like why I call out some stuff that TP would do, for instance, like when they were like, we're going to fix a price for spirit shards and we're going to tell people it's worth that much. I was like, no, like a spirit shard isn't worth that. Like, there are better ways for people to get money for spirit shards. If you want to sell 10,000, yeah, sure, take the easy way. If you only want to sell like 20 or 50, then you have much better ways of making gold with the spirit shards. That's like some parts of these agreements we've had, like or just in general trying to like maintain an economy by putting people in cases. Not like that either. Another person that I had a much heated take was the other Frenchman making economy content. Not to say his name, but I'm pretty sure you're aware of it if you've checked my channel lately. It's like,
your video's out there. I watched the video yesterday. I think it's a Cellofrag. I think is the handle the person used. Yeah, I didn't know if we get here, but I'm really interested to hear more about your take on this. My understanding is, and based on what I've heard from you, because I haven't interacted with him or his content myself, I find giveaways to be pretty nauseating, just personally.
I don't really like
it's not my bag.
It's important for growing as a content creator. Like it is such a great way of growing.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And looking at me, you can tell maybe my disdain for giveaways is not the right way to go. But regardless of my personal inclinations, what you brought to the table seemed to be basically the idea that there was a exchange of ultimately an exchange of real money for potential in-game gains that straddled the line of what is morally correct, and a bunch of seeming observations that seem to suggest that there's not enough earnestness on behalf of this person to deliver on the value they've promised.
Exactly. Yeah. That were the two main points of the video that you very well summed up.
Okay.
The idea behind the video was to explain why the current system is not okay the way it is being made. Well, first of all, I won't disclose the exact number because I'm aware of it, because as I explained in the video, in the comment section of it, I do speak with him. Like, we have spoken for hours on end.
Okay.
Because I made him know very early on that I disagreed with everything he was doing.
Oh, interesting.
And he was like,
okay.
Yeah, but I'm still going to do it. I was like, okay, sure, but I still disagree. No matter how small I am compared to you, do know that I disagree.
Okay.
So that was, and I just confirmed with him about it. I was like, okay, I know you're making a lot from this, and he showed me the figures. It was even more than I was thinking. Like, I could say very, very honestly that he makes more than twice what I make having a regular job in finance.
Good for him.
That's great for him. On top of that, he is a medicine student. He's promised to a bright future. He's going to be swimming in Scrooge McDuck pool of gold.
Okay. Interesting metaphor. Go on.
Yeah, putting the matter of pure monetary gain aside, I felt like the fact that he gets so many people to participate with money for something where he gives only a portion back, and on top of that, his content being very clickbaity and maybe not too in depth, made me feel wrong about it, because I was like, if you're going to market knowledge, if you're going to market a course, if you're going to market something like that, at least have it be 100% accurate, 100% perfect. Because if you're going to sell something that is as important as, so to speak, education or knowledge to someone, then it has to be good. It has to be good, because that's going to become a defining part of how they apprehend economy, the world, something.
It's the act of creation you talked about.
Yeah, which is why exactly, which is why all of my content except the actual spreadsheets is free. Okay, to people, I'm like, I'll show you in a video how to make one yourself, but if you want the one I already made, then that's $1 once in your life, and then you have them. Because I'm like, if someone really wants them, $1 is like, okay. Like, people won't die from $1 less. Like,
yeah, that's a very nominal transaction. Like
2 coffees, it's fine. You can go without them. I did it. You can do it.
Yeah,
that's the idea behind it. I was like, my content is always going to be $1.
So here we're comparing the way that you're using Patreon to the way that Cellofrag is using Patreon, just to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples and people understand what we're talking about. You have a Patreon. I actually threw in a buck because I wanted to see what your content looked like before, all part of the research.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Very nice.
I've definitely derived more than $1. Sorry?
Dollars go a long way. You wouldn't imagine.
I get what you mean, and yeah, like, you definitely delivered more than $1 worth of value to me. So it's easy. It was an easy choice for me to make. In the video, what you spelled out is, let me see if I am recapping this correctly. That Cellofrag's Patreon is built on the idea that if you buy in at certain tiers, you get access to giveaways. And the higher a tier you buy on, the more lucrative the giveaway you buy in at. And
exactly.
So you aren't guaranteed to get something.
No, it's a loot box.
It's a gamble. But
yeah, it's a gamble, yeah.
But I mean, statistically speaking, if you buy in for X number of months, you're likely to get Y number of payout. And I think you actually made a monetary assessment to say, it's worth
Yeah.
roughly X amount. And when you look at it that way, it kind of looks like this person is selling in-game items for real-world money. And
It's
also
just,
adding a layer of loot box on top of it.
yeah, which
That's
is
what I
which
got.
is gray zone. Yeah, the fact
Yeah.
that there is this element of gambling, he's going to be like, y'all are supporting me. You all are supporting my content. Like,
Yeah.
whether you decide to pledge $5 or $150, you're supporting the content. And then to thank the people supporting me, I'll give away a fixed amount of items that is obviously inferior to the amount of patrons.
Mhm.
And whether you get one or not, whether you get the cheap $30, 30 gold precursor or the 500 one, all of that random.
So I didn't even
So
realize this person was delivering teaching content. I thought it was all giveaways.
actually, if you take his channels, that's something I won't take away from him, because, as I said once again, I've discussed at length with him, and there is a striking amount of resemblance between him and I. Not only based to the fact that he doesn't live that far away from my hometown. I mean, that far away from it. We're from the same region of France. No, not next door. It's like, I think it's like 2 hours by car. But like 2 hours by car on the scale of France, it's like small. On the scale of the United States, it's like next door, right?
I get it. Sure.
Yeah. So like 2 hours by car. I mean, that's the distance that we go to go see my grandparents every second weekend.
So you guys live close together. How else
Not
what are
very
your similarities?
We're only like 1 year apart in age.
Okay.
Like, it might not look like it. Like, I don't know if you know around my age. Like, I'm 26,
Okay.
so I'm quite a young one. He's like 27 or 28.
Okay, fair.
He's quite, like, I mean, we're within the same age range. We're from the same region of France. Both of our parents have the same level of education, so we were raised in rather similar backgrounds, with access to the same materials to teach ourselves, etc. So we're quite similar in the way we were brought up. Like, maybe not in terms of values, of teachings, etc., but in terms of what we were exposed to.
Yeah, demographically, same part of the
Exactly.
world,
Yes.
similar level, similar
So like, he could have been someone I would have hung out.
socioeconomic status.
Yeah. So like, I could have hung out with a guy like him at school. Actually, most of the friends I had in high school went to study medicine the same way he did. Like, we would have been in probably, maybe not friends, but in the same group of people hanging out together.
Okay.
Which is why I can understand a lot of the stuff that he's doing, right? And the only thing that I didn't agree with was that the way he was like teaching is not good, which is also a shame, because, as I was saying, his better content, the one thing I won't take away from him, the content that is watched the most on his channel, the highest viewed videos, at the top are solo covers of popular video games or series songs or musics. And then second come the code making guides. So his guides are very heavily edited, very, very qualitatively edited. His solo covers take a lot of effort. Like, I myself have 10 years as a musician behind me. I can 100% respect the fact that to this day he still puts practice into his instrument. Okay, I had to stop at some point. He never stopped. I respect that deeply.
I didn't know he did music. Huh. You know, I have been so turned off by the giveaways, I haven't even looked at anything else that this person does. I'm learning a lot in this conversation.
Yeah, like, he's seller. I mean, that's where the Cellofrag of seller. Like,
Yeah,
the
makes sense.
He's a cellist, and he is a good one. Like, he is at professional level. He could make a career on that. I gotta respect that. Like, I mean, I stopped when I stopped playing the saxophone, I was at the point where I was also starting to be on like some jazz scenes. I was starting to do okay within my city. And he's the kind of person who, within his establishment, would be invited to play to other cities. So it's pretty big. Gotta respect that.
Sounds like you really compare yourself to this guy.
Not exactly comparison as in who's doing better than the other, but comparison as in we actually did the same thing. And I respect the fact that he's doing these things because I tried them and I know it's hard.
Okay,
Like, I know it's
props.
yeah, like which is exactly what I'm saying. You gotta respect him for that because
Yeah.
I've done it, he's done it, and I know it's hard. I
You know
respect
it's
it for that.
hard, and he's further ahead than you, so you respect that.
I mean, it's a matter of decision. It's not really a matter of being further ahead. It's a matter
I
of
mean,
like
on the music
sticking to
front.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just sticking to something you're doing. Like we all make different choices in life, and I respect his choice to keep doing something this hard.
Yeah.
And the real thing I don't agree with is that his second most viewed content, the goal making guides, are they're very surface level. Like he doesn't go deep into concepts. He doesn't explain too much stuff. He's just like he's seeking words left and right and trying to attach some concepts to it, but it's a mismatch. It's not exactly correct. And if he actually read some material, he would probably be able to fix this content. Which is why I disagree with. And there are so many gold making channels from the Guild Wars 2 YouTube scene that are going to tell you sell your spirit shards this way, or learn flipping with this one easy trick, or this is what they did to make your 500 gold a day, etc. You're going to have a lot of very clickbaity content,
selling people one method to make money,
which is probably not the best.
If it was easy, everyone would be doing it anyway.
Exactly. So it's either not sustainable in the longer term, or it's not as good as presented. Generally, it's one of these two, and that's something I really don't agree with, because if you're gonna do something as noble, as important as imparting knowledge onto someone and thus creating knowledge in someone from nowhere, then you shouldn't give them something that's half-assed, and especially you shouldn't give that for a monetary gain. That's where I draw the line. I'm not cool with that.
Okay. So let me see if I'm getting all this.
Yeah.
This is a person who, under very similar circumstances to you, made some different choices. One of those choices is to further continue pursuing music, which you really respect because you know it's not easy to do. And he has some achievements. He's regarded, and he has some work out there on YouTube that you seem to like in terms of the cello playing, which I know is not easy. I spent a year studying at a music conservatory when I was courting my wife, who was an opera singer at the time. So I have a lot of respect for that game too. But what I think I hear the reason you bring that up is because you're contrasting that with your perception of the quality of his gold making guides, and you see the expertise. You respect the ability to produce the music, to do that kind of thing, and it's almost like he's disrespecting your knowledge and ability to understand the economy and produce the guides, and by producing what he does, which is, as you say, perhaps not as robust, and layering on top of that this giveaway thing, which gives it all a feeling, to me, a feeling like, sometimes I go to restaurants where I never see anybody, like this is before the pandemic, before the lockdown. I go to restaurants and there's never anybody there. Like if I knocked, a waitress might pop out from the back room, and there'd be one cook back there making food. And I'd be like, what's the deal with this place? Is it like a mafia front? Like the trope from movies of the restaurant, that's the mafia front. And it's just there to be a legit business, to disguise something that's immoral. And I look at the picture you're painting of what Cellofrag is doing, and it seems like almost like that kind of idea where there's the suggestion of a gold making guide, the suggestion of a restaurant up front, which is there to be a cover for the gambling and the giveaways, which ties back in an interesting way to an earlier point in our conversation, but where you also don't see the value.
that is very correct what you're saying, and I think that I'm actually gonna expand on like the respecting for the music part, etc. It's I like he is doing this thing which I respect. He's doing this thing which he's good at, which is music, and I have a lot of respect for that. Which means that I would have respect for that person,
Yeah.
and then like I know that he puts a lot of effort into this craft. Like
Mhm.
he took it to a certain level. I
Mhm.
respect that. Then he would kind of stoop low, like to stoop as low as to make content that serves as a facade to then justify him receiving large amount of money,
Mhm.
which kind of like validates the whole look. I got rich because of what I say I'm doing. Then it all feeds itself, and
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, how can you like be so dedicated, be put such effort into like editing your video, like make such a big thing, and then like the core of it is so wrong.
Yeah.
What would you do that? Like if you're it kind of feels wrong to say it like that, but I guess it's a little bit of if you're as good as I see you, why are you gonna do that?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of that, but it's also a little bit of if you're gonna make something that is targeted at people and meant to help them, why would you make something that is like half right, half wrong, and then basically tell them, but I'll sell you the best information for 30 euros a month?
Yeah. It's like a
Like
snake
just,
oil sale. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not too cool with that. Like
Look
that's
at
why
my
I would draw the line
hairline.
personally.
I mean, okay, my hairline's terrible, but imagine a fantasy world where I have a hairline and you say, look, I restored my hairline with this snake oil. You want to buy some? And they don't know
Yeah,
if that has anything to do with the way your hairline is. Maybe you're wearing a wig. Like,
yeah,
you
exactly.
can tell a story and insert yourself into it in a way that's not authentic. And
100%.
is it your sense that Cellofrag understands that the content is not of a high quality? So I guess what I'm asking is it like, is it a deception, or is it just a difference in ability? Maybe he doesn't understand that it's not high quality.
I I think that the language barrier has a lot to do with that
Okay.
because he is a pure product of French education, which means that his English is really terrible. Like my
Okay.
English is like average. I mostly learned through reading, as I told you earlier, which
Okay.
means that my pronunciation can be very wrong. I'll put accents on the wrong spots. I'll sometimes like adapt a verb quite badly to the tense I'm meant to use.
Hmm.
I'll
You're
have these
perfectly
hiccups.
understandable. I don't have any trouble
Okay,
understanding you.
well, thank you then. But
Yeah.
I'll have these hiccups. But in France, we're never taught to speak English. We're very poorly taught to understand written English. That's the only thing we are.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, to formulate a thought in English and then being able to speak it out loud is a tremendous effort for the average French person.
Uh-huh.
And that's really a problem in our educational system.
Mm.
So there is a little bit of that, the language barrier. Like some of the terms he uses would make sense in a French sentence with a French structure, and when he says it in English, it completely misses the point.
Okay.
There's a bit of that, and then there is also part of the fact that he thinks what he's making is good, and he receives positive feedback on it, which takes us back
Mm.
once again to how you react to feedback,
Right.
and I guess that's good enough for him because let's say let's say you make a video about the economy tomorrow. Let's say you think no, I mean let's say you understand some stuff. You're like, okay, now I'm going to make a
I get
video. I'm going
some
to explain
things.
all of that.
Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
And you're going to explain all that. You accompany it with top-notch editing, very good quality commentary. You put a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of reverb and deepener on your voice, so it sounds super good and suave, right? And that makes it nice to listen to, nice to watch, nice to get in.
Uh-huh.
And you like half miss the point on what you're explaining because you're not using the right term to describe what you want to say. Like your concept is about where it should be at, but you're really using the wrong one.
Mm.
So if anyone Googled what you explained, they would be completely misled. They would be like, but that's not what he said, right? They would be misled. Let's say you do that.
Okay.
You get a lot of views, hundreds of thousands. You get so many likes. You get so many positive comments. And then at the end of it, at the end of that video, you get among the comments a few people whom you know are, dabbing into the economy side of stuff. Let's say I comment on it, Emco comments, Gildem comments on it, and it's like, okay, like what you said is not exactly correct. You're going to mislead some people. If you want to do it correctly, you should probably try and like use a better example, or maybe replace what you did, which is very random or very lucky, with something that's actually more plausible for the general public. Maybe you should do that to make your content more accurate. And maybe like only 1% of the comments is going to be these people telling you what you're doing looks good on facade, but it's literally a one-trick wonder. Like you got lucky on that one, and you should not tell people to do that. Even if you put the fancy words on it, you misuse them, and what you show is really not good.
And just because it worked for you doesn't mean other people are going to be able to implement it successfully. Because as a result of you making this content, you're going to change the economy.
Not even necessarily that. Just what you did might have been maybe the extremely lucky one. For instance, in some point of his video, he flips a legendary. He buys one for cheap, sells it for higher, and he's like, "That's what I do all day. I just flip the legendaries, man. That's how I make all the gold." And I'm going to look at the figures. I'm going to look at the stats. I'm going to look at the graphs, and I'm going to be like, there is no way this is profitable any other time. One time where he got lucky and did it.
So he cherry-picked the example, basically.
He cherry-picked an example and was like, this is what I do all the time. This is what works.
And misrepresented it.
Yeah, and misrepresented. That's one thing we called him out for. We're like, okay, I mean, that's cool. You got lucky on that one, but you can't tell people that this is the standard. You can't tell people that this is the way, because you're just going to mislead them. Just because you have a high gold count and pretend this is the thing doesn't mean that it is correct. And if people pay you because they believe you're going to help them out, because after all you managed to make this work, then you're leading them on, and that's not cool. And maybe you should adapt your content. But since 99% of the people are just going to be like, "Hey, Deeg, you're the best one. You really taught me the way. I'm going to make so much gold now. Thank you so much." You're going to be like, "Why would I listen to the haters, eh?"
Haters going to hate.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, that's the point where it got, like between him and I in our DMs, in our off-screen contact. He understands what I mean. Like, I'm like, okay, like this was all too good, etc. And he's like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But to all his fans, I'm just a hater. Haters, they're just going to be.
So there's a two-facedness aspect of it too, where when you interact with him, he indicates that he understands and accepts your feedback. But then the way he acts publicly after that suggests that he didn't accept your feedback.
Yeah, and that also leads us to another thing which I respect. He is, without any qualms, better than most of the people who graduated in marketing from my business school. He obviously hasn't taken marketing classes.
He seems to be all over it.
He's doing stuff by the book. Yeah, like he's doing very clean online marketing. Like I myself worked in online marketing for a few months in a mid-sized company selling cosmetic products, specialized in black skin, actually. Like that was actually very fun, because I'm literally the whitest you can get. Everybody was black at the workplace, and I was like, I'm just going to work on the website, lads. I'm just here to do your search engine optimization. Some like optimization on the web pages. That's all. That's all I'm here for. I didn't understand actually the products when they were like, yeah, you've got like 4 types of hair, and then it divides into another 4 types of how deeply it's turned on itself. I was like, miss me with all that stuff. I don't get it. Yeah, that was kind of fun of an experience, and it's
Sounds
just
like a unique experience.
I learned the ropes of online marketing. You've got a bot in your chat that you might want to ban.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me click that. I want to become famous.
Okay, let me help you out. I'll click as well. Jokes aside, I learned that, on the spot, and I looking at what he does, he's doing it by the book. It's very good. It's very clean. Like, maybe he missed a calling in life. He would have been a great online marketer for sure. And that's like one thing he does very right is he shows his content and himself in the best guys, like under the better spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what he does well on that. That's also one thing I can respect, because once again, it's something I've done, and I know it's not easy, and he's doing it. So, like, obviously, he's able to put effort into something and make it good.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So, yeah. But I think we shouldn't stay for too long on the matter of him, because I've, gone at length on my idea of him. So,
well,
I
appreciate you breaking it down. I definitely feel like I've learned something other on top of what you said in the video, and I get it. And yeah, it's one of those things where we all should take. I really appreciate what you said before that, actually, about teaching being an act of creation, and something you started to say. I think, if I was understanding it correctly, is that when you teach someone something, you're kind of like imbalancing the universe in one way or another, in some way, and you should be careful about how you choose to tip the scales. You should take care. You should be deliberate. And if you choose to do something that is misrepresented, then what you're doing is probably not great for the world. And whereas if you're doing something, or if you're teaching something that you know is not complete or not as good as it could be, you're taking advantage of the world by cheating it of the value that you are representing. Even if the thing that you're potentially very good at is not making the thing itself, but then turning around and presenting it and marketing it. I get it. Like, it hangs together in my head, even if I'm not saying it very clearly, why this would be upsetting to you and your values. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah,
it's just that, as you say, there is a matter of balance whenever you're teaching something. Because if you're going to teach something super well and you know it's going to have an impact, then you should teach it to a moderate amount of people. If you teach something wrong to people, then either you're going to exploit them or someone later on is going to exploit them, because they're going to have the actual quality knowledge. And if you decide to just like teach everyone something of super high quality for no cost at all, then at some point that knowledge, or what it can be applied to achieve, will become worthless as well.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, some knowledge that's like so basic, it's now worthless. I don't know. How to use Microsoft Word, maybe. I was trying to think of, like, looking at an items all around me, but like, okay, let's say, or maybe, like how to use Microsoft Word. Like, anybody can open it, type on the keyboard. There is no value to that knowledge because everybody has it. It's become something super basic, and it's about what you're going to produce as an end result, and that's purely due to what you were thinking about putting in there. Another example that's kind of simple, but the knowledge that everyone has, I don't know, like,
I think about like knowledge about how to present yourself, like for if you're doing job seeking, like if you pretend to be, if you act like an expert on interviewing and doing resumes and presenting yourself, but you really aren't an expert, but what you're really good at is presenting yourself and your service, then that's kind of that's kind of an immoral act, because you're extracting value from people and you're passing on teachings that act like high value teachings but actually are low value. And so people have a understanding of their competence. You're creating a gap between a person's understanding of their competence and their actual competence. You're setting them up to fail.
Yeah,
in a way. Yeah.
that
Anyway,
is correct. And it's
okay.
there is also one underlying thing behind that, which is actually interesting. It's the idea of the self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay.
For instance, is let's say I tell you I'm the best one when it comes to I don't know repair cars.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you that I'm the best when it comes to repairing cars.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, okay, I'll show you what. I'm gonna be successful with my car fixing business, and I'm gonna teach a lot of people how to fix car as good as me. You're gonna see how much money I make, and that's gonna
Okay.
be proof of what I'm saying. Tomorrow I'm gonna get 100 people. I'm gonna teach them how to fix a car. They're gonna pay me for that. I have a lot of money now. I'm gonna back to you, and I'm gonna be like, okay, yesterday, see, I taught 100 people how to fix car. Look how rich I am.
Mm-hmm.
Then you won't be able to find any argument against me because I'm gonna be like, you could say like, but no, you're not that good at fixing car. Like, can you show me that you're fixing cars well? And I'm gonna be like, look, so many people can vouch for the fact that I fixed a car, and I have so much money to prove that I know how to fix cars because they pay me to learn how to fix car from me.
Mm-hmm.
See, that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's if at some point I say I'm good at something, let me show you how good I am because I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
show people they're going to say that I'm good, and I'm going to be able to show you a receipt of money
Yeah.
that scales with the trust that people have in my ability.
Yeah.
Then you're going to be like, okay, then you have the ability.
And the assumption that you take on is that you are taking on risk that people will expose you, and that you'll lose your cachet, your approval, your
You
validation.
just need the first batch of people you teach to either disappear in nature after they've proven that you are good by buying your like
Yeah.
class or whatever it is, or you need some of them to be very vocal about their own success and how it is tied to
Yeah.
what you've done. That's basically the whole business of online marketing of classes,
Mm.
which is
Or
something I have a lot of interest into.
interesting. Or like, is it would it be accurate to say also just to have like the number of likes or views or dollars earned, just a high metric to point to. That,
Exactly.
look, all these people
Time
bought
metric.
this,
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
proof that that's valued. Like, I mean, it's hard to argue
Yeah.
with that, but at the same time, it's not a direct marker of the value of what you do. It's a downstream marker to say it was valuable, therefore I was paid. If you trust these people,
Yeah.
it again goes back to all this how do we assess trust?
Exactly, and like we go back to the start of the conversation, and it's super interesting. It's like how metrics, how you present them, the narration you put around them, how all of that influences the final result. You might not need to provide any result at any time in your life
Mm-hmm.
if you're able to say, but there are this many people who believes in my capacity to produce a result, which means that I am able to produce a result, and you should assume that I can produce that result. I may never have produced that result earlier, but so many people believe in it that it's become the truth.
Are you familiar with Theranos?
Yeah. Are
It's
you okay? I have a question for you. A
yeah,
video recommendation, if you've never watched it,
okay.
Cold Fusion TV. Do you
What
know
is
of that
it?
YouTube channel? Cold Fusion TV. It's a YouTube channel which I think you will love. I'm sorry for shilling something out on
Oh no,
your
it's fine.
podcast,
It's fine.
on your feed. That's he's like, I think he's an Australian YouTuber. I'm not sure
Okay.
about Australian. Maybe he's New Zealander from that part of the world. YouTuber. He makes very well crafted documentaries.
Where did
And
Bitcoin
there's
come
a
from? $69 million for a JPEG file. The wild world of NFTs. The Apollo 13 disaster. This looks super interesting.
he's really into the world of finance and technology, and his videos are very explanatory, very well crafted, super high quality editing, very calm videos and quality explanations. Just it's great to listen to. And he had a 20-minute long video on Theranos,
Uh-huh.
which is exactly why I instantly reacted, and I was like, yeah, like I heard about that, and I know the story and how we can draw parallels.
Yeah. So for those who
It's
don't
crazy,
know
right?
what Theranos is, I'm just going to read the first paragraph off of the wiki. Theranos was an American privately held health technology corporation. It was initially touted as a breakthrough technology company with claims of having devised blood tests that required only very small amounts of blood and could be performed very rapidly using small automated test devices the company developed. However, these claims were proven to be false. Founded in 2003 by 19-year-old Elizabeth Holmes, Theranos raised yada yada a lot of money. And basically, it turned out that they were faking these all along, and there was never anything real about it. And this person, Elizabeth Holmes, had created this kind of cult of personality around herself that seemed to be patterned off of Steve Jobs a little bit. And I don't know, I haven't looked into it. It's so in depth, but like
You'll definitely
that,
enjoy the video on the channel. I
I will
recommend it,
check
man.
it out. That kind of risk you take on by extracting value by misrepresenting the truth, man, you better be comfortable with that risk. Oh, I don't know
It's
what Elizabeth Holmes is doing today, but I guarantee you she's never going to run another tech company.
yeah, like it's something I wouldn't be able to do. Like I need to believe in what I do to be able to accomplish it. And it's quite interesting because, and I think this should probably be one of my own closing thoughts because it's
Okay,
getting quite late for me. It's nearly 3 a.m. now.
there you go.
One of the things that is very important in the field I work in nowadays, which is corporate finance, is narration and controlling a narrative.
Hmm.
So we say the best way to make a budget for a company and to take it in the direction you want to take it into is to create a story around it. So let's say you're going to be like, okay, like people, you see the company how it is today.
Yeah.
I want within the next year that people refer to us as the more premium brand.
Hmm.
I want them to cultivate that idea, that thought. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to invest into this part of our retail system. We're going to invest into this campaign on the internet. We're gonna maybe make a few more posters to put in the streets. We're gonna do that, and this is the story we're gonna build to get to where
Hmm.
we want to go. And you're just gonna be like, we won't become premium tomorrow, but we will act like we're premium. People will see that we premiumized some stuff. We'll become premium in their mind. And
Hmm.
you just always try to have a story that makes sense, and then put the means to achieve it, so that people will realize that it is a fact.
Yeah.
And and I think that this is very important when it comes to whatever you're trying to do in life. That's something that I'm trying to apply as a content creator. It's I want people to think that I am a trustworthy, good source for content, information, educative videos, which means that I need to put the effort into going in that direction to tell people my content is educative, and then to show them content that have educative value, so that what I say, what I do align with what I want them to see in me. You know, and I think that's like the best way to know if you're doing good in life. It's when what you say and what you do are in phase with what you're being seen for, then you're probably doing well.
I'll drink to that, man.
Jesus, like I just wanted a simple closing thought on where I wanted to take my
That's a
content,
good
so
one.
more towards educative stuff. So
That's a good one, man.
that's
We'll close it on that. So
all right.
Sam, tell people where they can find you.
Okay, that's the shilling section. So as wonderfully put onto the screen by Deeg right here, you may find me on Twitch and Twitter under the handle Ajesté with an A and a Y at the end. I usually stream 2 to 3 times a week, mostly some Guild Wars 2 PvE content, which is a subject we didn't go too deep on, even though we have many things
Yeah.
to say about that.
Yeah. Interesting.
But Rocker said a lot of stuff in a very good way. So if you want the PvE content, go watch Rocker's interview from Deeg. right over there.
A great one.
So I do some of that PvE content, and once a month we have a raiding league stream where I showcase performances from the players partaking into the raiding aspect of the game. If you're more into the economy side of things, there is my YouTube under the handle Ajesté with that cute little French accent at the end. And on there are mostly economy videos that are meant to be teaching you how to make gold in Guild Wars 2, but also teach you how to use Excel, how to get a little bit better with tools, how to manipulate some data. It is quite interesting if you want at some point to better understand finance or maybe even work in the field. So there's that. It's going to be it from me, Deeg. It's the mic is back to you in the studio.
Yeah. Oh, I had a momentary hitch there. I think we're good though. Great. Well, thank you, Sam. This exceeded my expectations. You have answered so many questions about how the economy works, and I feel motivated to jump in and check my account to see how many gifts of exploration I have sitting in my bank. I'm sure it's at least one. Just so much. This has been such a great time. As for me, I'm Deeg. If you're watching this, you're probably on YouTube, and this was recorded live on Twitch, twitch.tv/DeegTV. In addition to these interviews that happen periodically, I'm also streaming every single Monday night, talking about whatever weekly news and topics strike my fancy. Lately, I've been covering quite a lot of ideas from a game called PlanetSide, which is a real unique title. And I love talking about games and gamers and all the culture in between. This has been great.
Thank you for having me.
So thanks, Sam. Thanks, chat. And thanks, everyone watching this after the fact. Love y'all. Good night.
Bye-bye.